Good evening, everyone. At this time, the Suffolk Public Schools work session will now be called to order, and we will move forward with a facility studies update.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to call to the podium our Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Wendy Forsman, our Director of Facilities and Maintenance, Mr. Terry Napier. They will also be assisted by Mr. Jeff Harris from RRMM Architects. As Ms. Forsman is coming to the podium, I'm going to take the time just to remind the board as well as our general public. In 2021, it's a joint project with the city. We did a facilities study to basically take a review of the actual facility conditions of all of our buildings. The facility study not only had recommendations for building new schools, but it also had recommendations for preventative maintenance, student enrollment projections, as well as any other major projects that needed to occur over the next 5 to 10 years. Both the City of Suffolk and the school board agreed that this is going to be our facility Bible, so to speak, moving forward with the different things that have been followed. And I can give the board a quick overview that in this presentation, not only will you see a lot of the facilities preventative maintenance work that Mr. Napier's team has done, but also many major projects such as roof replacements, HVAC, parking lots, tracks, other things that we saw based on the actual facility conditions of our schools. So with that being said, I want to turn it over to Ms. Forsman.
Thank you. Good evening. Mr. Napier is going to come and give you an overview of the project, what the sections of the report show, and then give you an overview of the items that have already been done, and then also remind you of what we submitted to the city as what we would like to have for the capital improvement plan. Mr. Napier?
Good evening. Our purpose today is to provide an overview of the SPS facility assessment. This is going to be a review for some of you, possibly an introduction for our newer board members. We're going to highlight some of the more important details of the assessment, just so each of you can be a little bit more familiar with the kind of information that the assessment contains. The assessment is very thorough. It's quite lengthy. And our limited time today will not allow us to venture too deeply into the weeds, but hopefully you will gain a little more insight and understanding relating to the major components and how the assessment helps guide the SPS capital improvement plan and ties to the ongoing maintenance operation. Timeline. In the fall of 2018, we began a series of conversations that focused on the need to have a document that would provide information pertaining to our building conditions and systems and how we could use such a document for the overall CIP development as well as major building system and component replacements. Those conversations involved SPS staff, city staff, school board members, and council members. As we progressed through those conversations, we decided that not only building information, but student demographics, school capacity, cash proffers, things like that would be of interest and helpful not only to the school board, but also to the city council. In the spring of 2019, it was decided that a request for a proposal would be posted to seek a firm that had expertise in this area, and the project would be, as Dr. Gordon mentioned, a joint effort involving both the City Council and the school board. In the fall of 2019, the City of Suffolk awarded a contract to RRMM Architects. Over the course of the next 18 months or so, RRMM, along with their partner firm, Cooperative Strategies, worked to provide SPS with a final document, as Dr. Gordon mentioned, in April of 2021. The final assessment document covers 18 schools and the maintenance facility on Freeney Avenue. It contains 3,628 pages of information and consists of the three major components that you see on the screen. The assessment executive summary provides information related to student demographics, facility conditions, facility recommendations, school capacity information, and various cost methodologies and information. The executive summary agenda provides slide decks and all the information that was presented during the public meetings outlined on this slide. And if you notice up there, we had a joint task force meeting presentation in February of 20, a cash proffer study review presentation in July of 20, enrollment projections report by school attendance in August of 20, and then joint council and school board presentations in February of 21, a community development presentation in February of 21, and a school construction discussion in April of 2021. The last component is the individual school facility assessments. Those are going to be explained in a later slide. Please note that Florence Bowser, Colonel Fred Cherry, Southwestern Elementary School, those three schools, due to the age that they were at the time we did this, they were very young. Southwestern was 6 at that time. Cherry and Bowser were 3. As a cost-saving measure, they were not included in this, but the other 18 schools were. Our major focus areas were demographic analysis, facility condition assessments, facility options and recommendations, school capacity and cost methodology, including city UDO recommendations relating to level of service and the size of buildings for new construction that the city goes by. We wanted to know how our student population would be changing over time in terms of growth and decline, and which attendance zones would be affected. We also wanted to know if our school buildings could handle those projected changes. We wanted a third-party assessment, as Dr. Gordon mentioned, of current building conditions and how they compared to the current standards used for new construction at that time. We were interested in knowing the functionality of our older buildings relating to educational delivery objectives of the Suffolk Public Schools Instructional Department. We were also looking for recommendations. As you can see up there, we were interested in building recommendations. We were recommended in recommendations based on future student enrollment. We talked about zoning and not rezoning and impacts that would have. We were also interested in recommendations regarding total projected costs and funding capacity. The city was very interested in that. And we wanted updated numbers relating to school construction costs and per student square footage recommendations to compare to the city's recommended level of service numbers contained in the Unified Development Unified Development Ordinance. Just for your FYI, the current UDO that the city uses has a recommendation of 135 square feet per student for elementary schools, 160 square feet for new middle schools per student, 163 square feet per student for new high schools. The assessment recommendations were a little bit different. They weren't very far off from those, but the recommendations in the assessment are schools up to 750 students, elementary schools 145 square feet per student, schools greater or larger than 750 students, 125 square feet. For middle schools, up to 750 students, 175 square feet per student. Greater than 750 students, 160 square feet per student. And then high schools, schools smaller than 650 students, the recommendation was 175 square feet per student. Schools larger than 1,650 students, 150 square feet per student. So those numbers were pretty close. Demographics analysis example. This is just a random sampling of schools that I pulled out so that you could see, and this slide shows how the 2019-2020 enrollments were used as a baseline, and either growth or decline was projected at a 5-year mark, and I've shown it at a 10-year mark. The charts in the executive summary actually show both historical enrollment data by year back to 2010-11 and projected enrollment by year through 2029 and 2030. Section 2 of the executive summary has 8 pages of information and charts outlining the methodology of how the projections were calculated and what they were at the time of the assessment. Section 3A in the summary appendix has an additional 64 pages of information and contains a low, moderate, high, and a recommended rate of growth chart through 2029-30. The reason you will see those range charts is that the limitations of the methodologies used in factoring changes to policies, program offerings, and future changes in housing and migration patterns required us to have a tool whereby in any given year, let's say the city comes to us and says we have 100 housing starts slated for this year. We're going to use the recommended chart because that's kind of in the middle. But if for some reason that changes and we see, rather than that 100, we see 400 new housing starts compared to that 100, we have a high chart that we can go to that gives us a little bit better calculation for that. If for some reason that 100 bogs down and we only get to 15 housing starts, we have a low chart that we can go back to, and it shows us, it's a little bit more accurate depending on the scenario that you're dealing with. As you can see on this slide, the individual school facility condition assessments, there were 12 assessment categories. There were deferred maintenance costs and schedules that were calculated. And each school was also assigned a facility condition index. Each school assessment was based on the following 12 categories. There was civil, which is outside, civil architectural, which is inside, ADA compliance, which is Americans with Disabilities Act, building code, safety and security, that was one category. Then there was roof systems, mechanical systems, electrical systems, plumbing systems, structural systems, fire suppression systems, hazardous materials, and educational functionality. All of our schools were looked at through the lens of those 12 categories. Second bullet, deferred maintenance. That is defined as any unperformed maintenance, repair, or replacement of equipment due to lack of resources or perceived low priority over the life of any building. A dollar value was calculated and assigned to each school, which estimates the cost of performing every maintenance task, regardless of how significant or insignificant it may have been at the time. And that number was then utilized in calculating the school's facility condition index. Now, if you look at that screen, the facility condition index is calculated by taking the total current school replacement costs or building replacement costs, dividing that into the total deferred maintenance costs, and you come up with a percentage number. Each school had an assigned percentage number based on that formula, and each school was placed into an FCI rating, which you can see there, of either excellent, good, fair, poor, or very poor, depending on what that FCI number was for that building. This is another random sampling of facility condition indexes. I just wanted you to be able to see the range of them. As you can see from the chart, the higher the FCI rating, the greater the need for repair or replacement. The 18 schools that were assessed ranged from a low rating of 2.22 to a high rating of 38.5. And my friends in the audience and Dr. Gordon that play golf, the lower you are here, the better. We ended up with having our 2 assessed schools and then our 3 that were not assessed. Those would be considered excellent, so we had 5 schools in the excellent category. We had 4 school buildings in the good category, 6 school buildings in the fair category, and then 6 school buildings that were in the poor category. We didn't have any schools in the very poor category. Those 6 schools were Kilby Shores, Nansemond Parkway, Elephants Fork, Forest Glen, John F. Kennedy, and John Yates Middle. This slide outlines the combined deferred maintenance costs for all 18 schools that were assessed. We have Category 1, which is high priority items. We have Category 2, which were considered medium priority items, and Category 3, which were low priority items spread over a 10-year term, with $90.5 million, as you can see, recommended in years 0 through 3. $73.4 million recommended in years 4 through 6, and $60.9 million recommended in years 7 through 10, for a total deferred maintenance cost of $224.9 million spread out over that 10-year term. When you see information like this, certainly the first question I would ask, and probably you as well, is that type of funding outlay ever going to be possible in a 10-year term? The answer to that is probably not. In fact, I would go as far as to say absolutely not. In spite of that, the information that we gain from this is still useful information for planning purposes when determining CIP and replacement school considerations in the future. Deferred maintenance estimates. This chart lists the 6 oldest buildings in the school division along with their deferred maintenance cost estimates. These 6 schools also have the highest FCI ratings and are all rated in the poor category. If you look at that chart, on the left you can see the schools listed. As you move to the right, we have the high priority costs, medium priority costs, low priority costs, and then the age of each of those buildings. In the column to the far right, that is the total deferred maintenance costs for each building. The important point relating to this chart and the capital plan is that each school on this list that gets replaced also eliminates the deferred maintenance cost associated with that school. So take John F. Kennedy, for example. We are currently designing a new John F. Kennedy Middle School. When we open that school, the neighborhoods that are served by that school are going to get a brand new state-of-the-art elementary school, but at the same time, we are eliminating $19.1 million in deferred maintenance costs that the city will not have to pay for at that point. If you replace all 6 of these schools, that's $73.5 million worth of deferred maintenance costs that we don't have to try to come up with, and the city doesn't either. Capital improvement planning. This slide represents priorities 1 through 6 of the school board's currently adopted CIP. I think it's fair to say that this chart closely resembles the chart on the previous slide. You have your 6 priorities there, and there they are again. That's absolutely as it should be relating to CIP. It's certainly no coincidence that our 6 oldest schools also have the highest FCI, and these buildings have either reached, as you saw, you can see the age there again, have either reached or will be reaching the end of their useful life in the very near future. At this point, I'd like to run through quickly a list of the major facility projects that have been completed from the time that this facility assessment began until now. These projects can all be included in one of those 12 categories that we discussed earlier in terms of the buildings assessments and their FCIs. If you look at the slide, we have HVAC replacements at 6 schools. We have HVAC chiller replacements at 4 schools. HVAC boiler replacements at 4 schools. Bipolar ionization devices were installed in all air-moving equipment in all school buildings. Tankless water heater installations at 4 schools. And as we go through this list, notice some of these schools and how they line up with your CIP. We have restroom hot water system retrofits. Notice the 6 schools that we had to do that in. LED lighting system upgrades at Nansemond River and Lakeland. Nansemond River is complete. Lakeland will be completed in about a month and a half. Media center refurbishments, those 3 middle schools, also the 3 that show up on your CIP. Touchless bottle filling fountain stations, we installed 130 of those across all of our schools. Cafeteria furniture upgrades, 5 schools, auditorium seat replacement at Booker T. Washington Elementary School. CCAP lobby and collaborative work area modernization, Center for Fine and Performing Arts renovation, phase 1 and 2 at Lakeland High School, standing seam metal roof, gutter, downspout replacements last year at Oakland, McBinn, and Northern Shores. We have that same work occurring this year in 2023, this summer at Hill Point, Southwestern, and Creekside. Parking lot resurfacing and striping 5 schools, sewage pump station replacement at Nansman Parkway Elementary School, athletic field turf installation at Lakeland High School, Nansman River High School, and Kings Fork High School. Lakeland and Nansman River are complete. Kings Fork will be complete later this summer. Track replacement at all 3 high schools, tennis court resurfacing at all 3 high schools, gym floor replacements at McBinn. Northern Shores is scheduled for next summer. We have gym floor refinishing at all of our schools that have hardwood floors. They all get resurfaced every year. Some of our schools, the high schools primarily, additional work was done there to repair some of the damage. They were repainted, sanded down. They got a little more work last year than they normally do. Interior painting. 13 schools have been painted completely on the interior. Flooring replacements, playground replacements. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 schools, playground replacements. Flooring replacements. We have put new flooring in over 200 spaces, including classrooms, office areas, media centers, auditoriums, and mobile units. Sidewalk repairs and grinding. That's where, when we have uneven sidewalks, we send a contractor out and they grind them down so we no longer have that trip hazard. That's taken place at those 12 schools. HVAC hot water actuator valve replacements. At McBinn, there were 78 of them replaced. At Northern Shores, there were 72. That's all the classrooms at those 2 schools. The reason that's so important, if we don't have those valves operating, we can't control temperature in either one of those buildings. Stormwater piping replacement repair. Kings Fork High School, McBinn, Florence Bowser, JFK, Fred Cherry, Northern Shores. A quick note on that. We have completed repairs of over $2 million up to this point, with an additional $2.5 or so million in repairs that are currently waiting for funding at various locations. Now, what we have done with those, our contractor goes out and looks at these. When they're discovered, he gives us 2 prices. He gives us one to fix it. He gives us one to do a temporary backfill repair. We've been doing that so that we don't have sinkhole safety issues, but we have added them to a list that Ms. Forsman has, and she is currently finding a way for us to get these repaired. That's $2.5 million as of today. That's a total of $46.9 million worth of facility improvements that have been completed in the past 5 years, with $17.1 million of that, as you can see, coming from SPS operating funds, $16.5 million from the city CIP funds, and another $13.2 million from the CARES Act funds. In addition, there have been over 15,000 work orders completed in that same time frame by SPS maintenance staff and contractors, and most of that work can be tied back to the facility assessment in one category or another. Given all of that, I can say with 100% certainty that this assessment was not a waste of time or money, contrary to what was stated at the Joint Council Board meeting on February the 1st. And then came COVID. Our good friend from RRMM, Jeff Harris, he is with us tonight. He's going to talk to you and explain why a lot of our cost estimates and our assessments at this point are low. And he's going to talk about how COVID has affected project costs and timelines. And he has a PowerPoint that he's also going to share with you. And when he finishes, we will be happy to try and answer any questions that you may have. Mr. Harris. Yeah, switch them out.
This one.
Yeah.
Thanks. Good evening, Dr. Gordon, School Board Chair, School Board members. My name is Jeff Harris with RRMM Architects. And as Terry mentioned, I'm going to try and help make some sense of some of the market conditions that we're facing right now. I would say that every school system across the state and even the country are dealing with sticker shock on projects. The 2 biggest contributing factors are the pandemic. We saw prices increase tremendously over that time, as well as supply chain impacts. There's a third issue out there. Well, let me back up. I would say prior to the pandemic, we kind of plan for a cost per square foot for new school projects to be in the upper 200s, maybe 290, 280 a square foot, somewhere in that range. But it seems like overnight we jump to almost $400 a square foot, and in some cases more than $400 a square foot. And like I said, that just seemed to happen overnight. We all know what the pandemic did to pricing on domestic supplies for household goods and things like that. But we're also seeing the impact with the supply and demand. It prevented companies from being able to produce a lot of materials. We saw computer chips in cars. You couldn't get them anymore. You don't see cars on lots much right now. There's such a wide-ranging impact that it's affecting almost every industry, and especially the construction industry. What I was going to say about the square foot cost too is that when we talk with professional cost estimators, it's foolish for us to plan for anything less than $400 a square foot right now. We're seeing projects come in at $450 in some cases, depending on the complexity. But I wanted to share some information that I pulled together from some documents that these are written by industry leaders that deal with economic impacts in construction. And it's from several different articles. This one was from December 6th of 22. There's 5 charts that hint at what's in store for construction in 2023. I've highlighted some of the key points in the articles. They think we're going to be continuing to face labor shortages and high material costs and other headwinds. If you look at the box in the lower left-hand corner that's highlighted, inflation was a major concern in 2022, climbing to a 40-year high in June. It was fueled by ongoing supply chain snarls brought on by pandemic stresses, as well as Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Global events impact our domestic issues as well. We have a hard time getting products necessary for switchgear. We're seeing delays. Switchgear is taking over a year to get nowadays. And that's what controls all the electrical systems in a building. You can also see on the right-hand side that the COVID-19 pandemic has continued to impact the supply chains, causing material prices to swing wildly. While some materials are leveling out, such as wood, at one point that was extremely high, as well as metal for roofing. That has leveled out. It's not quite as volatile, but it's still much higher than it was prior to the pandemic. Here's a chart that kind of shows increases from the prior to the pandemic to where we currently are now. And the year over year percentage, that is comparing 1 month. Let's take, for example, if you took March of 2022 and compared to March of 2023, that's the year over year comparison. That's the first chart. And then year to date is the second chart. That's the price increase from 1 year to the next. And then you can see lead times. They're kind of just standardized as increased or stabilizing or what have you. So you can see that glass has gone up 8.2% from 1 month in 1 year to the following month, or to the month the following year, but overall 1.4%. If you go all the way down to aluminum, that was a 20% increase from 1 point to the following year, and then 7% overall. You can go all the way down to diesel fuel. You can look at those numbers, 111% from 1 year to the next, but over that course of the year, 83% increase. Diesel impacts the delivery of every single material that's delivered to a job site. So not only are prices going up, but the cost of getting them there has increased. Here's additional information. Job labor reports. There was 388,000 job openings in the construction industry, and there were only 2,000 positions filled. That's not making a big dent in the labor problem. let's see, the law's massive funding could be undercut by the increased cost of labor and materials. So another factor that's affecting the current market is the government is issuing lots of money to school systems, trying to increase or improve mechanical systems and other various upgrades to help with indoor air quality for the pandemic. Well, when you flood the market with money, you flood the market with projects. When there's so many projects out there, contractors naturally have a lot of work. In some cases, they have more work than they have manpower. So they're not sharpening their pencils when they pursue more work. They think, if I'm going to get this job, I'm going to make it worth my while, right? So not only is that impacting cost, but when federal funds are involved, you also have to include Davis-Bacon wages. So that can also drive up costs. So there's lots of factors here at work that are increasing construction numbers right now. There's another article from DBS Group. They're a leading company in the industry as well. The cost to ship containers from overseas to the U.S. has skyrocketed 500% in 1 year. That's a big impact. In addition to longer lead times, building materials have experienced record cost increases. 20% increase from 1 year to the next, and an average of 28% increase over that entire year. Lumber prices, like I mentioned before, are stabilizing, but they're still much higher than they were prior to the pandemic. And at one point, it increased 25% in the month of January. Gypsum products are also increasing. We have gypboard or drywall in a lot of schools now. It's a cost-effective way to do it in normal situations. So you can see it's not just a handful of materials, it's everything across the board. We're finding out that PVC pipe has increased like 30 to 40% in some cases. So again, it's trickling into every single material that goes into school construction. Here's a slide that deals with longer lead times. If you look at the chart on the left, you can see the typical lead time for some of these products range from 3 to 5 months for steel joist. Current lead time is 9 to 12 months. That has an impact on the delivery of your finished product, your building. And when a contractor is on site longer than he should be, there's increased general conditions costs too. So they factor that into their bid numbers. They know it's going to take longer to build it. Electrical switchgear, like I said, 3 to 6 months typically. Now we're at 10 to 14 months. It's over a year in some cases. There have been instances we know of that electrical companies have quoted, given a range for switchgear, but they don't give you a final price until it's actually on the truck, because they know that by the time it's ready to ship, the price is going to be higher. In some cases, owners have paid premium prices to expedite that to get it on site sooner. We know of instances where switchgear was ordered in plenty of time under normal situations to have installed in time to open the building when it's scheduled, and only to find, 3 or 4 months away from being ready to install it, that it still hasn't arrived and it's not going to be there until after the start of school. Well, we know that's not going to work. You've got to have permanent power in order to operate the school building. So again, owners are faced with, do I pay a premium charge to get it sooner, or do I just find some other way to deal with that? In some cases, contractors are providing makeshift solutions temporarily just to get the building operational. It's not ideal, but it is, in some cases, a viable solution until the permanent switchgear can be installed. Concrete, 6 to 8 weeks is now 14 to 18 weeks. Hollow metal door frames, something that's very common, typically 1 to 2 months, is now 10 to 12 weeks. Wood doors, you can just see everything is impacted, and a lot of these products are going into our school projects. And, on the right-hand side, Julie Strupp says, expect change snarls and hiring difficulties to persist in 2023. So I'm not sure, no one has a crystal ball. We don't know what the next year or 2 years are going to look like. We can only hope that things start to cool down a little bit, and we can start to see some leveling out of these supply issues. Here's more information from the Association of General Contractors. On the right-hand side, there is a chart. They were asked about what are some of the biggest concerns facing you when you're building a building. And you can see I highlighted some of the most important issues to them. One is rising interest rates and financing costs. Material costs, you can see that's at 73%. That's 73% of the contractors are very concerned about that. Project delays due to availability, supply chain issues. 63% of the contractors saying that's a major problem. And then insufficient supply of workers or subcontractors. So in some cases, GCs are winning projects and they can't find enough people to do the work. So again, in order to get people to come over to work for you, sometimes you got to pay them more, which is impacting the contractor's bottom line, which gets passed on to you guys. Any questions so far?
First of all, thank you, Mr. Harris, for sharing this. My first question for you is, will you be able to share this aspect, these slides with the board, or is this embargoed information based on the work that RRMM works on?
I'm sorry?
Will you be able to share this part of the slide deck? Because I do not believe that this part of the slide deck was in the presentation for the school board to be able to review.
Absolutely.
Okay, so if you can
Mr.
email.
Littlefield has a copy of it already.
Right.
He can-
So, Mr. Littlefield, you can send that to Ms. Gardner so she can upload it and also send it to the board. I also want to make the board aware, based on the work that Mr. Napier and Mr. Harris just explained, as a reminder to our school community, part of the input that the board used in choosing the 6 schools that are the first on our CIP related to everything that Mr. Napier said, the age of the building, the current facility conditions index, and our preventative maintenance. This other 2 parts with that is the school board was very open about also prioritizing the schools that had mobile units. That was something that was at the forefront of every CIP discussion that we had. And the third part was we also wanted to make sure that we were going to balance out when we were building new facilities within our city. So we weren't going to build everything within the north. We weren't going to build everything within the south or the central. This is why we have the rotation of JFK currently being in the central part as our next project. The next project after that is Northern Shores in the north. And then we were going to move to Forest Glen in the south and Elephants Fork back to the central. This was the reason why that order was there. This was also the reason why the school board, based on staff recommendations and to eliminate any confusion, kept the CIP order the same for multiple years. And we know that that was a discussion point that we had at the joint meeting, as well as if you can actually go back and look at the CIPs that were actually presented to City Council. The CIP has not changed. The CIP is based on the Order of Facility Conditions Index, preventative maintenance costs, which is the primary reason why John F. Kennedy Middle School was moved to first. As you saw, the $19 million that Mr. Napier had listed out. Mobile units, total number that we had at our schools, and geography to make sure that we were improving schools all over the city. So I wanted to just remind our school board as well as our school community of that issue. Mr. Riddick, I would turn it back over to you for any board member questions.
Board members, at this time, the floor is open for questions that can be directed directly to RMM or Mr. Napier. We're going to follow the traditional format where we're going to go on one side of the room to the other side of the room. There's a little difference in your normal mic features, as you may have not already noticed. You can hit the request to speak button. I will see it in the order that you request to speak, and then I will turn your mic on and we will move from that point forward, okay? So that's just a way to expedite the process. Please have your questions ready so we don't prolong time. At this time, are there any board members who have any questions for our staff? Please hit the request to speak button so I can jump right there.
Which one is that one?
The regular speaking button. Yep. All right. Board member Brooks Buck first.
I really don't have a question. I do have a comment. I did understand the priorities and wanted to make one point clear. One of the things that might not have been clear, and I think Dr. Gordon alluded to it with the $19 million that we spend on John F. Kennedy, when we looked at poor and when we looked at the numbers. I know I said that when you all did the presentation for the board. One of the reasons that John F. Kennedy was moved up to the top was not because of water or because of air conditioning or roofing, but because of water coming into the school from the floor and behind the lockers and mysterious floods that we had. And so that was why it was moved up to the top. And I'm glad that you mentioned, Dr. Gordon, that our priorities have not changed over the years, not at all. And we still have them in place. I just want to thank you for the work that you all have done on this and for keeping these things going. We do appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Board Member Brooks Buck. Are there any board members on this side who has questions? At this time, we'll go to Vice Chair Howe.
Good evening. Thank you for that information. I just want to clarify something. I think, Mr. Napier, you spoke to in slides 11 and 12, there's the list of what we've already done or we've begun or we have in the immediate future up through the summer of 2024. Repairs.
Most of that's finished, except for the gymnasium at Northern Shores.
Okay. How were those repairs prioritized? Speaking back to one of the screens where you had high priority, medium priority, and low, and then there was a total deferred maintenance cost. How did we, I suppose, prioritize that list, just for the sake of the community looking at the difference between, HVAC, plumbing, electrical, and then other things that may not be perceived as a need
Right.
structurally versus a improvement?
Well, when you look at that list and you see things like HVAC system repairs and replacements, things that impact health, safety, and welfare, those things always come first, regardless of what kind of list you have. All of the mechanical system repairs, all of the plumbing system repairs, these are all things that we included and did as quickly as possible, not just because it needed to be done, because it needed to be done for a long time. COVID came. We had some concerns with places like the middle school, the older middle schools that did not have hot water. Even though, you can make an argument, the CDC says cold water cleans just as well as hot, but there was a perception in our community that it does not, so we accommodated that perception. So all of the things on this list aren't necessarily placed in an order in terms of safety, but they are in an order in terms of what do you get the biggest bang for your buck. If you're going to change out an HVAC system in the school, you're going to get a lot out of that investment. So we threw those things in there as early as we could. Roofing. We spent a tremendous amount of money on repairing roofs over the years. I've been in Suffolk for 33 years. We've had buildings that have been leaking for 33 years. We've taken care of 6 of them in the last 2 years. 3 last year, 3 this year. That's due in part to the funding that became available. We had an opportunity that we didn't have before, so those things got slid into this list because we could pay for it. But I think whenever you're prioritizing anything, your first consideration is health, safety, welfare, and how can I make my building a better building? And all of the things that we've done here, I think have done that. Now, when you talk about athletic facilities and those types of things, I've heard the complaints about the high school athletic fields. But let me tell you something. Those high school football fields were a mess, and it was hard for us to keep them dry. We had drainage problems on all of those fields. We had stormwater problems underneath those fields. There was a lot that was going on there that people didn't realize. So when we had the opportunity to replace those fields, I think that has a positive impact on our schools, the students in our schools, and the communities, because those fields can be used by a lot of people. It's just not our football team. So I think those things, when you do that, there's a big bang for that buck as well, because now we can hold track meets, regional track meets. We can get recognition for our school division that we could not do before because of the condition of those fields and those tracks.
We have Board Member Barham.
Couple of things. As Dr. Brooks-Buck alluded to, this follows exactly what we planned over the years. I've been here a long time. None of this information is new to most of us. And I commend Ms. Forsman and Mr. Napier, who have worked along with the superintendent and his staff diligently on a lot of these projects that were needed for safety concerns, if you look at a lot of these things. And thank goodness we received some extra CARES money along the way to help with some of those. My question, I understand R&R, how prices are going up. Everybody understands that. And that doesn't surprise me either, the items that you mentioned that are increasing as we speak, and the problem of getting a workforce that's capable as well, a workforce that we need. But I had a question, Mr. Napier, of the sinkhole issue.
Yes, ma'am.
We've spent a lot of money on sinkholes. How much did you say again?
So far, $2 million. We currently have a list of projects that's approaching $2.5 million that we're waiting for funding.
Right. And I don't know
Now,
if
the safety issues, we have taken care of the safety issues. As
Right.
I said, we have a temporary fix that our contractor, he basically backfills until we can get funding so that we don't have a hole.
Right.
And then once we get funding, we will cease that procedure and we will do a permanent repair.
Right. Well, that is a concern. I think the public needs to be aware that we have addressed that over a number of years now,
Yes, ma'am, we have.
and continue to address that problem. So that's an ongoing expense that we have to think about as well.
Yes.
That's something I think that the public needs to be, taxpayers need to be aware of. That is a major safety concern. But that's all I want to say. Thank you.
And let me, if I could, just go back to what Mrs. Howe was saying and what Mrs. Byer were saying. We have that list of projects, but don't forget about the 15,000 work orders that have been done in that same time frame. Every one of those was something that these guys found or noticed, or we have electrical problems here. And as these things come to us, our guys or our contractors go out and fix those. So if they went back today, that's $15,000 work orders worth of stuff that they're not going to see. That's big.
Vice Chair Howe.
I just wanted to follow up and thank you for explaining that, because as you alluded to, there has been chatter, and I think the only way to really fill the gap in the understanding on behalf of the community and then all what we hear and see and understand is to talk about it.
Right.
So some of these things may not be perceived as a need or health and safety, but when it addresses an issue that not just one group benefits from, but it also opens the door for us to host things, which brings us revenue. I just want to give opportunity for these discussions because people are wondering, and they're human, and so they're wondering, and I think the appropriate professional response is to answer that and explain what we know that they may not. So thank you for pointing that out in such a succinct way.
No, that's a very good point. And let me just say, speaking of sinkholes, every one of those football fields had sinkhole issues. Those are all gone now.
I just want to take this opportunity to point out some things here. Vice Chair Howe brings out a good point about revenue. When we host events at our facilities, you attract people who otherwise wouldn't come. For an example, we had the state semifinals, I'm probably messing up the terminology, at Nasman River, the quarterfinals. Packed the place out. People had to stop, get gas, they had to stop and eat. That's additional revenue that comes into the city. So not only does our school system get the exposure, but we generate revenue for the city when we're able to host and facilitate these types of events. No one wants to have a semifinals, quarterfinals, or any type of finals in a dilapidated structure. So when you have a top-notch facility, you attract a lot of great opportunities. Similar to the saying, if you build it, they will come. You go back and you look at it, every time we built a new school, new development usually follows the pattern of the new school. No one wants to build a $400,000 home in a area that has a 57-year-old school that floods and turns into a lake every time you get a drizzle. So these are problems that we had to address, but I do want to ask this question here. Based off of the facility's growth projections for our student enrollment, have we seen in cases where those projections had been exceeded earlier? For an example, let me go back to it. Slide 4. Thank you so much. Slide 5. Kings Fork High School. It was projected that we would grow 79 students within 5 years. And our enrollment when that projection was given was 1,518. Are we at that growth, or have we exceeded that growth?
I'm going to defer that to Dr. Gordon.
I got you. Here you go, Dr. Gordon. No, all right, there we go.
Check, check. Yes, thank you. We have exceeded that growth. Kings Fork High School is actually our largest high school. As you can see, when RRMM and Cooperative Strategies did this study, Kings Fork High School was at 1518, as Mr. Riddick stated. Nansemond River was at 1602. As of a week or two ago, Kings Fork High School was at 1670, and Nansemond River was at 1660. So Nansemond River has slowed down with some of their growth. However, Kings Fork High School has grown tremendously. And that's an area that also potentially could affect Hill Point Elementary School, Kings Fork Middle School, and one of the schools that we spoke about, Elephants Fork, since it's part of that same feeder pattern. So again, one of the things in conversations that Mr. Riddick and I had was when we were looking at the city proffers and the information that RRMM and Cooperative Strategies had at the time, but what was in the pipeline at that year. But since that, it's grown tremendously, and that's an area that we will continue to focus on and watch.
Thank you so much. And the reason why I point this out is because looking at the city's growth zone and looking at the pipeline development of construction that has not been completed yet, our city is growing. You could easily build a community of 700 homes in 1 year, but you cannot build a school to accommodate that in 1 year. And no, we are not playing a blame game with the city of Suffolk. But as I said at our joint meeting, and I say it now, and I said anywhere I need to say it at, we have to come together and operate as partners. This is not a relationship as adults and children where all we ask for is an allowance, as some believe. No, it's a marriage, and we have to work together. We understand that the city is the breadwinner, but we make the house a home. And if our facilities are not quality, if we are not attracting quality teachers, if we don't have a quality educational experience, no one will want to come here. So with all of that being said, it's important that we understand that our city is growing, but we have to continue to build for a greater capacity, because Kings Fork High School has seen a growth of 152 students since this facility study was put in place. And at the last planning commission meeting, it was stated by a developer that they may lose funding from a grant to build affordable apartments or housing, whichever one it is, because of the capacity of the schools. And some would argue the point of rezoning. If you rezone, you rezone. All that is dancing with lemons. You have 6 schools that are in deplorable condition that we need to replace. And I know the people on the diocese, I'm preaching to the choir to them, but I want to make sure I'm transparent to all those who are watching at home and all of those who have been reaching out to us with comments as to why you need an 800 capacity school at JFK. When you look at this growth in the Kings Fork corridor, those students have to go somewhere. So we have to build a school sizable enough to shift, because currently there's no place to shift to. And as I stated at the joint meeting, there's over 1,100 homes in approved pipeline development. So I'm going to get off my soapbox right quick. I want to say thank you, Mr. Napier. Thank you to the gentleman from RMM. Thank you, Dr. Gordon, for that excellent presentation. Before we close this portion of presentations, are there any additional questions from board member regarding the facility study? Thank you so much. We can move on to our next item, but I'm going to close with this from this item. It's important that we dispel the narrative that Suffolk Public Schools has not done anything on that study. That is an untrue statement. They just gave you 15,000 work orders that was presented by the facility study and 2 slides worth of information that's, I think, was 42 million, right? $49 million worth of things that we've done based off the study. So we're moving in the right direction. It's not an investment going to waste. It may not be the results that some people want to see us move the way they want us to move, but it was done strategically to put Suffolk Public Schools in the best light. Okay, at this time, our next item of business is the superintendent revised evaluation instrument. And I just want to make sure we all understand we are not developing a new instrument. We are remaining in compliance with the state requirement. As I forestated, we're remaining in compliance. The state has required that we add cultural competence category to the superintendent's evaluation. In doing so, all of our points have to change. This is a state requirement. The evaluation instrument mirrors that of the state. Only thing we're doing is doing rankings to make sure that we have a total of 10. So we're selecting either a 1 or a 1.5 to get to the total of 10. So at this point, I'm going to turn this part over to, do anyone have any questions first? Okay. Vice Chair Howe?
It's not really a question. I think for new board members, it might have been helpful to see what the scale looked like before this category was added so they could see what already carried greater weight. Because it wasn't an equal distribution, if I remember correctly. It was, some categories had a greater weight than others. Am I correct?
Yes, I do understand how that may have been helpful. However, what I'll say here at this point now, board members, this is what we can put our priority to what we feel should be a 1.5 versus what we should be a 1, and go from there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the floor to you all to have discussion as what should be a 1, and we're going to go point by point for its category. What should be a 1 or what should be a 1.5. All right, so the first performance standard is leadership. So do we feel that that should be a 1? I'm going to make everybody's, all board members' mic, turning them on now, so that way you could jump and chime in.
Yeah.
Yes, board members, Brooks Buck.
I just wanted to say this. I think it might be helpful if people understood what the indicators are under leadership,
Okay.
because then they would know what they're rating. It might give them a better idea. And I can read that if you'd like for me to, because
You
they
can.
know. Okay. So under the first one, the first standard, and these standards are named and the indicators are set by the Commonwealth of Virginia, so that this is a common evaluation for every superintendent in the state of Virginia. So this is the part that doesn't change, but it gives you some idea. The standard is strategic leadership. The description is the superintendent creates, monitors, and facilitates the process of strategic improvement and seeks to ensure the division's mission, vision, and goals are filled in a manner that enables all students to be career and college ready and globally competitive. And then the indicators would be works with the school board to develop and recommend policies that define organizational expectations and effectively communicates these to all stakeholders, keeps the school board informed on needs and issues confronting school divisions and employees and students, functions as the primary instructional leader for the school division, seeking out, relying on support from staff as necessary when advising the school board oversees the administration of the school division's day-to-day operations, and recommends policy additions or modifications to improve student learning and division effectiveness. Those are the indicators that would be under that topic on the existing instrument. And you can decide whether that would be something that you give the category to, the number. You put a number beside.
So with hearing the indicators, all those who would suggest the weight of 1, I'm going to ask, yes.
Can I just ask a couple questions? Because I'm looking at the guidelines right now. There's 8 areas that we'll be evaluating, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we're deciding whether that area is going to be a 1 or
Or
1.5. Okay. And we're basing that on some of these areas are heavier in their indicators and there's a lot more work involved in those indicators, and that's why we want to give a more heavier weight to that?
It's pretty much up to you, but it's going to be the majority, at the will of the majority of the board. If you value leadership over professionalism and you say, hey, I want leadership to count 1.5 and professionalism to be a 1, that's your right. But what we will do is look at the majority of the board. If you have more who are for a 1 in leadership, leadership would be the 1. But based off of our requirement, when we set these weights, after we get our finals weighted together, the superintendent has to be in agreement with those weights. And then it will become official in the evaluation process. Correct, Attorney Waller? So it's really subjective to each board member, but we're going with the majority rules. So in regards, as far as leadership, and this is going to be action for us at this moment, do you prefer it to be a 1 or 1.5?
Is it possible to go through all of the different categories before we determine? Because since it's new to Dr. Brenningham and myself, is it possible to read through the different categories and then evaluate?
The reason it is, but the reason why I'm trying to move through it first is because all of us had already went through board superintendent's evaluation training. So this is what was taught at the training. So we should all be ready to move forward. We do have a heavy agenda today. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Board Member Brooks Buck if she could move expeditiously through it. And as she's going through it, I'm going to ask board members on your paper, write down your recommendations. So when we get back to it, you're not trying to reprocess everything. Board Member Brooks Buck.
Okay, the second standard is planning and assessment, and that standard, the description is, the superintendent strategically gathers, analyzes, and uses a variety of data to guide planning and decision-making consistent with established guidelines, policies, and procedures that result in student academic progress and improve student outcomes. And what I'll do is just read the name of the descriptor if you want me to.
Yes, ma'am.
And then performance standard 3, instructional leadership. The superintendent fosters the success of all teachers, staff, and students by ensuring the development, communication, implementation, and evaluation of instructional systems that promote high student achievement and professional development and growth for staff. That's standard 3. Standard 4, organizational leadership and resource management. The superintendent fosters the safety and success of all teachers, staff, division leaders, and students by supporting, managing, and evaluating the division's organizational operation and use of resources. Standard 5, communication and community relations. The superintendent fosters the success of all students through proactive, responsive, and professional communication with the board, staff, families, and stakeholders. Standard 6, culturally responsive and equitable division leadership. The superintendent establishes and implements division goals, priorities, and strategies centered in equity and culturally responsive practices to support achievement for all students. Performance standard 7, professionalism. The superintendent fosters the success of teachers, staff, and students by demonstrating professional behavior consistent with legal, ethical, and professional standards, engaging in continuous professional development, and contributing to the profession. And then lastly, performance standard 8 is division-wide student academic progress. The superintendent's leadership results in acceptable, measurable division-wide student academic progress based on established standards. And so those are the 8 standards. And may I just make this comment? When I went through the professor who developed this at William & Mary originally, I went to his workshops, and then when the state adopted this practice, of course, we went through the training. But one of the things I did just in my looking at this, and it may be helpful to you, it may not, but I looked at which things were consistent with Suffolk Public Schools just adopted board goals. So for instance, those things that looked at student achievement, I would give more weight. The things that looked at community engagement, more weight. The things that looked at fiscal, human and fiscal resources, more weight. So that's the way I looked at it. I don't know if anybody looks at it that way, but that was the way I looked at it in deciding what I give more weight to. So as you consider that may be something for you to think about as well.
May I also
Yes.
point out, if we have 8 categories and we're looking between 1 and 1.5, we really can't have any more than 2 that are at 1.5. Because that results in 3 out of 10.
Well, you can actually have 4. You can have 4 that are 1.5, because that'll give you 1.5, 1.5, 3, 3, 6, and then you'll have 4 more left.
Okay.
Okay, so you
Sorry
can,
about that.
you have, no, that's okay. It's hard for me to calculate in my head too, but you have 10 points altogether.
Correct.
And that's
okay.
all you have to do 8
So you have a
categories.
maximum of 4
Yeah.
that are 1.5. So as we're going through it, if we pick the first 4 as 1.5, we're essentially done. I just wanted to point that out. Not recommending.
And I just want to make sure that we know the parameters that we're operating in here. The range is between a 1 and a 1.5. If your recommendation is outside of a 1 or a 1.5, it is a moot recommendation because we cannot do that. Be mindful, whatever we put down on paper, we have to give the superintendent an opportunity to agree to it. And it has to be a fair evaluation process. So with that being said, I'm going to call on each board member. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to reflect and make sure you got your point system straight. And I'm going to give you 1 minute and make sure you got your point system straight. And then I'm going to call on each board member, and I'm going to ask you to give the categories the weight that you have for the performance standard. Okay, at this time, we're going to start to my immediate left. Vice Chair Howell, if you could give your recommendations.
Okay, for leadership, I put 1, planning and assessment 1.5, instructional leadership 1.5, organizational leadership and resource management 1.5. The next 3 categories, to save time, are 1. And then the final category of student academic progress, 1.5.
Okay, thank you so much. Board Member Brittingham?
I have leadership at a 1.5, and then the next two categories at a 1. I'm sorry, leadership is a 1. Next two categories are 1.5. The two categories after that, or three categories after that, I have as 1. And then the last two categories, I have a 1.5.
Okay. Board Member Brooks Buck?
I have leadership as 1, planning and assessment as 1.5, instructional leadership as 1, organizational leadership and resource management as 1.5, communications and community relations as 1.5, responsive and equitable division leadership as 1.0, professionalism as 1.0, and then division-wide student academic progress as 1.5.
Okay. Board Member Jenkins?
Thank you, Mayor. I have leadership, 1.5, planning and assessment, 1.5, instructional leadership, 1.5, and organizational leadership, 1.5, and the rest is 1.
Okay. Board Member Byram?
I have leadership at 1, planning and assessment at 1.5, instructional leadership at 1.5, organizational leadership and resource management 1.5, communication 1, responsive leadership and equitable division 1, professionalism 1, and academic progress 1.5.
Thank you. Board Member Slingloff?
Planning and assessment is 1.5, instructional leadership 1.5, organizational leadership and resource management 1.5, communication and community relations a 1, responsive and equitable division leadership 1, professionalism 1, and division student academic progress 1.5.
Thank you so much. I'm going to state mine out for the record. Leadership, I have it listed as a 1. Planning and assessment, 1.5. Instructional leadership, I have that listed as a 1. Organizational leadership and resource management, 1.5. Communication and community relations, 1.5. Responsive and equitable division leadership, I have that listed as a 1. Professionalism is listed as a 1. Division-wide student academic progress is listed as a 1.5. All right, so, all right. So what I did while everyone was going over their value set, I wrote them down. And Attorney Waller let me know if I'm doing it the proper way. I don't want to get in hot water here. But I looked at the performance standard, and I took the greater number that we had. If a majority of the board members said 1, that's what that weight of that category will be, and I'm going to call it back out. For leadership, it's a 1. Planning and assessment, it is 1.5. Instructional leadership is 1.5. Organizational leadership and resource management, 1.5. Communications and community relations, 1. Responsive and equitable division leadership, 1. Professionalism, 1. Division-wide student academic progress, 1.5. Does that match what you have, Dr. Gordon? Okay, does that match what the clerks have as well? All right, so we are all in consensus. That's the standards that we as a board propose, and we take action on that at the meeting. And then from there, it will go to the superintendent for his agreement to it. Upon the superintendent agreeing or disagreeing, if he disagrees, we'll come back to the drawing board. If he agrees, we can move forward. All right? So at this time, without further ado, we're going to have our undergraduates from the Immaculate. I'm super excited about this one, everybody. from the immaculate Kings Fork High School. Now, alma mater.
Thank you, Mr. Riddick. I'm going to call to the podium. We have a triumvirate here from Kings Fork High School under the leadership of Mr. Derek Bryant. I see Ms. Merkizio, School Counseling Director, as well as Assistant Principal Dr. Tanya Sproul. We have 130 proud honor graduates from Kings Fork High School, home of the Bulldogs. I'll go ahead and turn over to the team.
Good evening. Good evening, Dr. Gordon, Chairperson Riddick, school board members, city officials, parents, and students. It is with great pleasure this evening that we are here to present the outstanding class of 2023 honor graduates. They have excelled in academics, athletics, and activities, and we are extremely proud of them. So far, and still counting, we have over 430 acceptance letters on file. Now I present to you Mr. Bryan and Dr. Sproul for the presentation of the honor grads.
Okay, good evening. I'm gonna get right into this. Our first honor graduate, Damian Samir Abdel Shahid, his parents, Samir and Grace Abdel Shahid. Favorite memory of SPS, going to school. Plans after graduation, going to college. Faith Desiree Alaman, parents, Sharice and Dwayne Riddick. Favorite memory of SPS, apprenticeship. Plans after graduation, I plan to attend Old Dominion University. Mackenzie Chantel Anderson, parents, Shamitris Peel and Michael Anderson. Favorite memory of SPS, my favorite memory is when we had field day in elementary school. Plans after graduation, join the National Guard while studying nursing at Centera College of Health Sciences. Elena Marie Arnold Sanchez, parents Evelyn and Eric Arnold. Favorite memory of SPS, performing at All City Orchestra. Plans after graduation, attend ODU to major in childcare. Shania Tanise Avents, parents Teresa and Galan Avents Sr. Favorite memory of SPS, my fondest memory of SPS was meeting new people and making good senior year memories. Plans after graduations to go to a 4-year HBCU and get a degree in nursing. Jada Nicole Bailey, parents Theodore and Galena Bailey. Favorite memory of SPS, friends that I made. Plans after graduation, attending college. Tyra Lynn Bailey, parents Eric and Vicky Bailey. Favorite memory of SPS, going to CCAP to learn cosmetology. Plans after graduation, joining the National Guard while attending Paul D. Camp for nursing. Heaven Lee Banks, parents John and Donna Banks. Favorite memory of SPS, having new experiences and making new friends. Plans after graduation, getting a master's degree in computer science. Bryson Cole Barber, parents Garrett and April Barber. Favorite memory of SPS, traveling to New Orleans with my brothers to play in the tournament. Plans after graduation, plan to major in mass communications with a focus in film production. Sydney Alexis Barnes, parents Marvin and Keisha Barnes. Favorite memory of SPS, my favorite memory of SPS is playing on the Kings Fork High School varsity field hockey team as a captain. Plans after graduation, I plan to obtain a degree in political science with a concentration in foreign policy. Julianne Elizabeth Bender, parents Mark and Danielle Bender. Favorite memory of SPS, making new friends. Plans after graduation to go to ECPI to become a physical therapist assistant. Nikai Rasan Benjamin, parents Jermaine Benjamin. Favorite memory of SPS, Mr. Scariata's class. Plans after graduation, go to UNC for computer science. Takai Jamar Berry, parent Marvin Fletcher. Favorite memory of SPS, playing football. Plans after graduation to attend college. Tony Amani Monet Benz, parents Angela and Jasper Benz. Favorite memory of SPS, the sports pep rally that was inside during junior year. Plans after graduation, attending Virginia Commonwealth University to major in graphic design. Anaya Lachelle Blygen, parent Danae Blygen. Favorite memory of SPS, field day in elementary school. Plans after graduation, I plan to attend Clark Atlanta University and major in psychology. Sanaya Laurel Boone, parents Tiffany Ricks and Swanson Boone. Favorite memory of SPS, being a part of the cheer team. Plans after graduation, attend college to major in biology. Arlisha Danielle Boston, parents Daniel and Arlene Boston. Favorite memory of SPS, winning a basketball state title and winning homecoming queen. Plans after graduation, attending Hampton on a 4-year, then go to medical to pursue becoming an orthopedic physician. Samuel Deontay Brannon, parents Darian and Yolanda Brannon. Favorite memory of SPS, going to New Orleans with the Kings Fort basketball team. Plans after graduation, attend a 4-year college. Mallory Renee Britton, parents Diego and Linda Charles. Favorite memory of SPS, making friends. Plans after graduation, attend a 4-year college to pursue law. Juliana Maria Brown, parent Keith Brown. Favorite memory of SPS, my favorite memory is joining the track team my junior year of high school, as well as being the class leader in my JROTC class my freshman year. Plans after graduation, my plans after high school are to go to VCU and study journalism. Caleb Jabari Brown, parents Sherrod and Akira Brown. Favorite memory of SPS, making new friends and playing basketball at Kings Fort. Plans after graduation to major in biology at a college or university, undecided. Mason William Bruff, parents William and Holly Bruff. Favorite memory of SPS, building a great relationship with all of my friends. Plans after graduation to attend an apprenticeship in Newport News Shipbuilding to become a crane operator. John Ryan Bewley, parents John and Kelly Bewley. Favorite memory of SPS, my favorite memory of SPS is playing games at recess when I was younger. Plans after graduation, my plans after high school are to attend college and major in computer science. Jason John Dre Carney, parents Wayne and Victoria Carney, Angela Parker. Favorite memory of SPS, my favorite memory was meeting my best friend. Plans after graduation, my plans after graduation is to head to college. Jaden Nasir Carrington, parents are Herman and Letitia Carrington. Favorite memory of SPS, the classes and events at the school were my favorite part. Plans after graduation to attend college for a trade. Shamaya Yvette Copeland, parents Shaman and Yvette Copeland. Favorite memory of SPS, homecoming pep rally. Plans after graduation, attending a 4-year university. Reyes Arye Crawley, parent Eric Crawley. Favorite memory of SPS, ecology club, NRPA, and basketball games. Plans after graduation, attend the college and get a degree in psychology. Michaela Arye Cunningham, parents Kendra and Randy Cunningham. Favorite memory of SPS, my favorite memory would be getting inducted into the National Honor Society. Plans after graduation, I plan to go to college to become an animation artist. Isaac Jackson Daly, parents Daniel and Christy Daly. Favorite memories of SPS, my favorite memory at Suffolk Public Schools is playing soccer every day during recess in 5th grade. Plans after graduation, attending engineering or business school afterwards. Calissa Kamoy Daly, parents Kevin and Nika Daly. Favorite memory of SPS, my favorite memory at SPS is meeting my favorite teachers and finding people who are like-minded and easy to talk to. For example, my elementary school teacher, Ms. Daniels, cares about me and checks up on me to this day. Plans after graduation, my plans after graduation are to attend VSU to get my degree in marketing or PR and communication and to be a part of a marketing team in a successful business and to make a name for myself as a businesswoman. Janiyah Renee Daniels, parents Ozell and Tanisha Daniels. Favorite memory of SPS? I don't have a favorite memory. Plans after graduation, art college. Micaiah Brazil Davis, parent Dominique Bonner. Favorite memory of SPS, being a part of the baddest band. Plans after graduation, the Navy. Serenity Evelyn Dobson, parents Keisha and Kristen Booth. Favorite memory of SPS, students at Kings Fork High School. Plans after graduation, workforce at the shipyard for material support. Shakir Naquasha Dowdy, parent Nikki Jones. Favorite memory of SPS, my favorite memory is when I cheered my freshman year. Plans after graduation, aspiration to attend college to be a neonatal nurse. Joshua Courage Drake, Parents Chad and Jessica Drake. My favorite memory of SPS, getting to always have my friends in my class since 8th grade. Plans after graduation are to attend college. Sydney Ayana Drayton. Parents Patty Drayton and Travis Miles. Favorite memory of SPS, friendship bonds and homecoming. Plans after graduation, becoming a digital art designer. Samira Yasmin Dunbar. Parents Roy and Joy Dunbar. Favorite memories of SPS, NA. Plans after graduation, going to the Navy. Elizabeth Nicole Eanes. Parents Jessica Parker and Timothy Eanes. Favorite memory of SPS, in Miss Patton's class, she helped me get over a bad slump and find my love for art again. Plans after graduation, attend ODU for art history. Patricia Amalachi Ike, parent Onije Olisa. Favorite memory of SPS, meeting new people. Plans after graduation, attending Camp Community College to major in nursing and a minor in sports medicine. Jaya Nicole Epps, parents Tasha Smith. Favorite memory of SPS, Black History play. Plans after graduation, attending a 4-year university. Paul K.G. Flynn, parent Paul Flynn. Favorite memory of SPS, teacher leaving for a half of the school and they were unresponsive in email. Plans after graduation, college. Nyerica Tyshana Flythe, parents Nichelle and Roland Gates III. Favorite memory of SPS, being in the band and playing soccer. Plans after graduation, going to VCU and majoring in forensic science. Kashawn Leroy Frazier, parent Latarsha Frazier. Favorite memory of SPS, meeting my best friends. Plans after graduation to attend college for business marketing. Naya Christine Gaston, parent Beverly Gaston. Favorite memory, winning the state championship. Plans after graduation, attend Coppin State University on a full ride scholarship for basketball. Anaya Kamani Gay, parents Alonza and Jamie Gay. Favorite memory of SPS, joining the marching band. Plans after graduation, attend TCC, then transfer to ODU majoring in criminal justice. Logan Grace Gensler, parents Charles and Stacy Gensler. Favorite memory of SPS, theater class. Plans after graduation, pursue a career in children's psychology. Kobe Russell Washington Giles, parents Carol and George Giles. Favorite memory of SPS, when I joined the D&D club this year. Plans after graduation, I plan on going to college to pursue a degree in psychology. Raekwon Deontay Gilliam, parents DeAndre Sears. Favorite memory of SPS, when COVID hit and I was able to still maintain my good grades. Plans after graduation, I really want to be a sports manager. Makai Camille Gillis, parents Catrice Hall and Shaquem Gillis. Favorite memory of SPS, running track. Plans after graduation, attend a 4-year college to major in aviation science, majoring in flight education. Anna Elliott Gomer, parents William and Tiffany Gomer. Favorite memory of SPS, my time spent as captain of the Kings Fork High School swim team. Plans after graduation, attend Virginia Tech to study environmental conservation. Brianna Gabrielle Gore Bailey, parents Michael Bailey and Kalisha Gore. Favorite memory of SPS, art classes. Plans after graduation, attend trade school to become a dental hygienist. Janiyah Tashi Grant, parent Rashawn Grant. Favorite memory of SPS, my favorite memory is the pep rallies. Plans after graduation, the military. Kiara Janae Green, parent Crystal Wheeler. Favorite memory of SPS, homecoming football game. Plans after graduation or college. Taylor Alexis Green, parents Stevie and Janice Green. Favorite memory of SPS, softball season. Plans after graduation to attend college. Zarina Lachey Hamlin, parent Latanya Hamlin. Selena Grace Billingsley Harris, parents Alicia and Bonita Harris. Favorite memory of SPS, the first home football game of the 22-23 season. Plans after graduation to attend a 4-year university. Zion Amar Haskins, parents Steve Haskins and Brenda Davis. Favorite memory of SPS, when I made the honor roll in the 11th grade. Plans after graduation, attend a 4-year college to major in engineering. Kanye Alexander Hayer, parent Renita Ruffin. Favorite memory of SPS, A field trip to the aquarium my 8th grade year. Plans after graduation, attend college and get a degree in business. Alexander Manpreet Hamani, parent Manpreet Himnani. Favorite memory of SPS? My favorite memory is playing Foursquare with my friends in Mr. Estacion's class. Plans after graduation, National Guard and college. Shania Kayla Hicks, parents Sean and Amani Hicks. Favorite memory of SPS? NA. Plans after graduation, going to college. Hannah Elizabeth Hill, parent Susie Hill. Favorite memory of SPS? Going to the Virginia Aquarium. Plans after graduation, go to Paul D. Camp Community College for general business management. Ryan Kyrie Height, parents Richard and Shakira Height. Favorite memory of SPS? 2019-2020 regional semifinals buzzer beater. Plans after graduation to play basketball on the collegiate level. Zanaya Queen Holland, parent Roshan Holland. Favorite memory of SPS? Meeting my best friend. Plans after graduation, aesthetician school and becoming a midwife. Ollie Denise Huff, parent Tanya Bryant. Favorite memory of SPS? Volleyball seasons, junior year math class. Plans after graduation to play Division I volleyball at East Carolina University.
Noelle Patrice Ingram, parent Jacqueline Michelle Ingram. Favorite memory of SPS? The bus rides to and from the field hockey games. Plans after graduation? Attend a four-year university to obtain a degree in psychology before continuing to law school. Colin Patrick Jackson, parent Kate Rodriguez. Favorite memory of SPS? Playing Monopoly. Plans after graduation? Attend George Mason University. Elijah Nishon James, parent Ebony Grimes Freeman. Favorite memory of SPS? Attending the Peanut Fest with orchestra. Plans after graduation? Enlisting in the military. Anaya Jarrett, parents Sean and Ebony Jarrett. Favorite memory of SPS? Homecoming. Plans after graduation? Joining the military Air Force branch. Michaela Lee Jones, parents Jimmy and Katie Jones. Favorite memory of SPS? My favorite memory of SPS will be meeting some of the best teachers ever. Plans after graduation? My plans after graduation are to go straight into work. Monet LaShawn Key, parents Herman Key Jr. and Shantae Key. Favorite memory of SPS? Becoming the Kings Fork High School varsity girls basketball manager my freshman year. Plans after graduation? Attend the apprentice program at the Newport News Apprentice School. Ariana Hadera Kerr, parent Christopher Kerr. Plans after graduation? I am enrolled to TCC and am working towards a degree in English to become a writer. Alea Julia Knotts, parents Tramar and Arika Knotts. Favorite memory of SPS? Learning about the brain in psychology class. Plans after graduation? I plan to go to UNCG and major in psychology. Larissa Ann Knowles, parent Jamie Roars. Favorite memory of SPS? The experiences I've had and the friends I have made along the way. Plans after graduation? I plan to go to college for music industry studies. Emanuela Lamia Lardy, parents Emmanuel and Lydia Lardy. Favorite memory of SPS? Being a part of the IB program and playing field hockey. Plans after graduation? Attending a university. Anisha Damara Lindsay, parents Kenneth and Ashley Hawkins. Favorite memory of SPS? Meeting new people. Plans after graduation? Attending a four-year university college. Elena Diane Lindsay, parents Michael and Lisa Lindsay. Favorite memory of SPS? Volunteering with the NRPA through the Ecology Club to teach 7th graders at Kings Fork Middle School about the role of oysters in our local waterways. Plans after graduation? I plan to attend a four-year institution to pursue a degree in history. Raymond Barron Lanos, parent Angeline Barnes. Favorite memory of SPS? First day of school and meeting new people. Plans after graduation? Apprenticeship. Alea Janae Martin, Parents, Leslie Keaton and Preston Martin. Favorite memory of SPS, making the volleyball team. Plans after graduation, enlist in the military. Ashley Taylor Martin. Parents, Russell and Gia Martin. Favorite memory of SPS, helping out with my IB friends at Nansemond River Preservation Alliance, sponsored events, and learning about how great a role oysters play in preserving our aquatic ecosystems. Plans after graduation, planning to pursue a chemical engineering or computer science degree on a pre-medical track at a four-year university or college. Sophia Maria Martinez, parent, Jonathan Martinez. Favorite memory of SPS, veterinary sciences courses at CCAP. Plans after graduation, attending college for veterinary technology. Shania Inez Mayfield, parent, Siobhan Mayfield. Favorite memory of SPS, being in course. Plans after graduation, military, Air Force. Jade Nicole Mays, parent, Vania Holloman. Favorite memory of SPS, junior prom. Plans after graduation, attending a four-year university on a full ride. Zoe Linda McIver, parents, Combe and Lisa McIver. Favorite memory of SPS, I got an in-person acceptance into my first choice university, and when I got back to class, my entire class was very congratulatory. It was a very surreal feeling. Plans after graduation, four-year public university, Longwood University. Benjamin William Menzer, parents Richard and Tabby Menzer. Favorite memory of SPS, playing baseball. Plans after graduation, going into the workforce. Naomi Michaela Patricia Mitchell, parent Roger Mitchell. Favorite memory of SPS, Kings Fork High School pep rallies. Plans after graduation, real estate. Matthew Stephen Morton, parent Christina Taylor. Favorite memory of SPS, the community. Plans after graduation, trade school. Jaquan Lamar Odom, parent Lee Evans. Favorite memory of SPS, Spanish class during my junior year. Plans after graduation, attend college. Keaton Wilson Owens, parent Jennifer Owens. Favorite memory of SPS, my favorite SPS memory was winning the Grand Champion Award at every band competition in 2022 and continuing the legacy of the Mighty Marching Bulldogs. Plans after graduation, I plan to attend college at either Hampton University or East Carolina State University. Amara Shalea Palmer, parent Elu Palmer. Favorite memory of SPS, my favorite memory is hanging out in the student parking lot in the morning with my friends. Whenever I'm tired, it's a good way to start my day. Plans after graduation, going to Hampton University and completing the pre-med program and also getting my master's in biology. I also plan to go to medical school. Molesh Kalpesh Kumar Patel, parent Kalpesh Patel. Favorite memory of SPS, NA. Plans after graduation, go to college. Ava Grace Penn, parent Melissa Penn. Favorite memory of SPS, my favorite memory of SPS is the opportunity I received to display my art publicly. Plans after graduation, I plan to attend JMU and work towards my bachelor's degree. Layla Sarai Phillips, parents Kareem and Lynette Phillips. Favorite memory of SPS, when I made it to regionals and became 7th in the state for long jump. Plans after graduation, attend HBCU college to become a veterinarian. Abigail Angel Potts, parents Anitra and Rick Potts. Favorite memory of SPS, when Mr. Crosby had my class make a video about not bullying and how it affects people. Plans after graduation, I plan on going to college and becoming a graphic designer. Jakaya Monique Powell, parent Brandy Harris. Favorite memory of SPS, meeting my lifelong friends. Plans after graduation, to study nursing at a four-year university. Cassidy Mildred Rabi. Parent, Angela Rabi. Favorite memory of SPS, the people I surrounded myself with. Plans after graduation, I got accepted to ODU to be in the nursing program. Devin Nash Rainey. Parents, Ron and Denise Rainey. Favorite memory of SPS, having fun and caring teachers. Plans after graduation, attend college, still undecided. Cameron Darius Reed Edwards. Parent, Sharon Edwards. Favorite memory of SPS, playing volleyball. Plans after graduation, attending college to become an electrical engineer. Nicholas Parker Riquizo. Parents, Brant and Cassandra Riquizo. Favorite memory of SPS, attending the prom. Plans after graduation, engineering at ODU. Wilbert Rivera Martinez. Parent, Yerlin Wood. Favorite memory of SPS, sports. Plans after graduation, U.S. Air Force. Faith Ari Rivers. Parent, Javette Turner. Favorite memory of SPS, meeting all of my current friends and my teachers. Plans after graduation, going to college and working to become a cybersecurity network engineer. Shakoria Reed Asia Charlinda Robinson. Parents, Kendrick and Pamela Anderson, Melinda Johnson. Favorite memory of SPS, pet rally in the hallways at Kings Fork High School. Plans after graduation, attend ODU to major in criminal justice. Amaya Alanya Sanders. Parents, Nicholas and Christina Sanders. Favorite memory of SPS, ceremony. Plans after graduation, art college. Alicia Ellen Michelle Satchel. Parents, Marwin and Crystal Satchel. Favorite memory of SPS, attending the dodgeball games. Plans after graduation, attend college at ODU. Damani Mikhail Saunders. Parent, Chastity Andrews. Favorite memory of SPS, my favorite memory was being a part of the cheer team. Plans after graduation, I plan on attending Clark Atlanta University, majoring in psychology. Kais Christopher Small. Parents, Mark and Tanya Small. Favorite memory of SPS, getting inducted to the National Honor Society and playing on the basketball team in 7th grade. Plans after graduation, I plan on attending VCU and becoming an engineer, then eventually leading to create my own brand of clothing where children from where I grew up will become the face of the clothes. Darius Latrell Smith. Parent, Denisha Smith. Favorite memory of SPS, field day in elementary school. Plans after graduation, attend ODU to study biology and have a career in forensic science. Shania Paulette Smith. Parent, Tanya Gaskins. Favorite memory of SPS, just transferred to Kings Fork High School. Plans after graduation, Air Force. Taylor Shauna Sproul. Parents, Michael and Audrey Sproul. Favorite memory of SPS, my entire junior year by far was my favorite memory of SPS. I won Miss Junior, I became a state champion in basketball, and I also won a state title in track and field in the 4x100 event. Plans after graduation, I plan on joining the United States Air Force and soon after attending college to become a nurse practitioner. Olivia Angelic Stevenson. Parent, Tiffany Stevenson. Favorite memory of SPS, the pep rally. Plans after graduation, 4-year college and becoming a sport therapist. Avery Colette Stewart. Parents, Charles and Kimberly Stewart. Favorite memory of SPS, attending virtual school in the 10th grade. Plans after graduation, attend college. Ashley Elizabeth Sylvia. Parents, Danny and Aaron Sylvia. Favorite memory of SPS, close relationships with my teachers. Plans after graduation, attend ODU, majoring in business. Azaria Shail Taylor. Parents, Jonathan and Sean Hums. Favorite memory of SPS, graduation will be my favorite. Plans after graduation, to attend a 4-year university while running track at a higher level. Larique Lanice Trotman. Parent, Trina Trotman. Favorite memory of SPS, 5th grade year. Plans after graduation, attend TCC and transfer to NSU to major in wildlife biology. Alyssa Shari Trotter. Parents, Edward and Technica Trotter. Favorite memory of SPS, participating in extracurriculars. Plans after graduation, attend college. Gianni Adonis Tyler. Parent, Amy Hill. Favorite memory of SPS, my favorite memory is how my teachers was there for me and helped me. Plans after graduation, I plan to attend Norfolk State majoring in cybersecurity. Gabriella Janice Lee Valenzuela. Parents, Rolando and Ruby Valenzuela. Favorite memory of SPS, my 9th grade year and the pep rally before COVID. Plans after graduation, obtain a degree in nursing at Norfolk State University. Roy Xavier James Vanterpool. Parents, Roy and Ramabi Vanterpool. Favorite memory of SPS, first crunch of that pizza come 2nd week of school. Plans after graduation, attend Howard, FAMU, Tuskegee, or North Carolina A&T for electrical engineering. Marissa Natalie Velasquez Morales. Parent, Edith Morales Zunan. Favorite memory of SPS, going on a field trip with my oceanography class to the beach. Plans after graduation, study veterinary technology at TCC. Brianna Michelle Walker Jenkins. Parent, Tempest Walker. Favorite memory of SPS, holiday party in French 3, 11th grade year. Plans after graduation, attend college. Xavier Aiden Wallace. Parents, Austin and Sharon Wallace. Favorite memory of SPS, graduation. Plans after graduation, planning to attend Hampton University to study journalism. Jasmine Michaela Ward. Parent, Tamika Ward. Favorite memory of SPS, having half days every other week. Plans after graduation, attending a 4-year college. Shaylin Lanier Warren. Parent, Charlotte Wolford. Favorite memory of SPS, being able to make long-term friends, all the pep rallies, and getting on my favorite teacher's nerves. Plans after graduation, attend college to become a social worker for troubled children. Lynn Marie Weiss. Parents, Daniel and Felicia Lee. Favorite memory of SPS, my favorite memories were playing sports. Plans after graduation, I plan to continue with management at my full-time job. Lacey Marie Whitmore. Parents, Brian and Angela Whitmore. Favorite memory of SPS, being able to meet so many friends through SPS. Plans after graduation, going to school to become an RN. Brandon Kyrell Williams. Parent, Jennifer Sawyer. Favorite memory of SPS, my CAS project on a literature program for kids at a local library. Plans after graduation, attend college to become a heart surgeon. Dominasia Yanni. Parents, LaRon Williams and Sasha White. Favorite memory of SPS, joining the swim team. Plans after graduation, attend law school to become a criminal defense lawyer. Christopher Elisha Williams. Parents, Christopher and Atari Williams. Favorite memory of SPS, met a lot of great teachers and friends. Plans after graduation, attend ODU for engineering. Amante Eric Woodley. Parent, Ravita Woods. Favorite memory of SPS, playing games when me and my friends had free time. Plans after graduation, attend a 4-year college. Kenyon Javon Woods. Parent, Michael Woods. Favorite memory of SPS, meeting amazing people. Plans after graduation, take voice acting class, and to pursue that career. Dr. Gordon, School Board Chair, Vice Chair, and School Board members, I present to some and introduce to others Kings Fork High School 2023 honor graduates.
Thank you so much for coming out and sharing that great information with all of us. Board members, you all will be invited to the seniors night, and we will also be providing heavy hors d'oeuvres for our seniors. Okay, so I know I'm gonna be crucified tonight because we didn't have them here in person, but we wanted to change up and allow our kids to know that we're celebrating them. So I termed it as the senior toast. Okay, but I know they can come up with their own name and how they want to package it. But we are so grateful. At this time, we're going to give way to board members. You have 1 minute. And I control your microphone, so please don't go beyond that 1 minute. You have 1 minute to give a smooth, sweet response, or you can save it for the senior night. It's up to you. At this time, any board members want to go first? Okay, Ms. Byram.
Yes, I'd like to say congratulations to all the graduates, Kings Fork High School. A wonderful representation of honor graduates. And I know they couldn't be there without their parents and their teachers, administrators, and all those that they mentioned along the way who have helped them to accomplish so much. And they make us very proud. And they make Suffolk's public schools a better place every day. Thank you so much. Congratulations to each of you.
Thank you. I just want to piggyback on what Board Member Barron said. Thank you so much for putting in the time, not to just be a student, but to go the extra mile and make sure that you make the grades, you do whatever you have to do. And again, just like she said, you can't do it alone. You have to have that village and the teachers and all the staff, even the custodians and the cafeteria workers. They play a big part in how the day goes with these students, because it did with me when I was in school only a few years ago. So I just want to say thank you to everyone. We definitely appreciate you. And just because you're graduating don't mean that we're going to just put you off and still not be there. We're still going to be here for all the seniors and the parents if you need anything. Thank you.
Vice Chair Howe.
I'll just echo the congratulations to the graduates and to their village. And I would encourage you to slow down and soak it in. I know you see the finish line of this particular part of your journey and you want to get there, but I promise you want to soak this up. It will go so quickly. And to the parents out there whose hearts are cracking a little bit and you're proud of your kiddos, but you're also nostalgic. They will always need their parents. I'm 45, I still need my mama. So you are maybe escorting them to the quarterfinals. This is not the end of the race. And just enjoy it and absorb this time together.
Board Member Brooks Buck.
All right, let me try to do this as quickly as possible. Congratulations to all of you. This is my favorite time of year, because I love to see the finished product. I want to say congratulations to all of the students who are going to college. I'm a retired college professor, so I have to put that in. The Hampton University persons who are going to Hampton University, I taught there, so I'm very excited about the Pirates. And also at Virginia State University, I can't forget the Trojans, so congratulations to those of you who are going there. I'm a military wife, mama, daughter, aunt, and cousin, and so I say to you who are the 1% of persons who put on the uniform of this country, thank you for your service and thank you for your work. All of you who are going to work, last thing I promise you, Mr. Riddick, be happy in the profession that you choose, and when you retire, you will never feel like you've worked a day in your life. I don't. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Brooks Buck. At this time, we're going to have Board Member Slinglove.
Well, congratulations to all of the graduates and the parents and teachers and staff and everyone that's walked along this way with them. One word of advice: life is a journey, not a destination. So keep your dreams and pursue those dreams and move forward. And sometimes life may throw you a curveball and steer you in a different direction, but continue to press forward and know that, that there's always hope ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, at this time we have Board Member Brittingham.
I just want to say congratulations to the honor grads and to all the graduates that are going to be coming and walking here shortly. I echo what Ms. Singloff said. You know, it is a journey, not a destination. This is a springboard. You've worked hard for these 4 years to accomplish what you've accomplished, but this is just the beginning. Sky is the limit, and you got a good foundation here in Suffolk Public Schools, and I look forward to seeing what great things you will do in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I would be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to talk about my alma mater. And that's right, I'm super excited. The class of 2009 from Kings Fork High School is that maroon and gold. You know what it is. I would like to say thank you so much to our students and to our parents and to our staff. As you heard in their explanations as to their fondest memory, Suffolk Public Schools is the place to be. You know, school is not for everyone. But school has to have something in it for everyone. And you see that demonstrated in the students' responses. And I just want to say, life is like a bank. You can only take out of your life what you put into it. Slow down, take time in life, enjoy the moments ahead of you because they will go fast. And then you will have to chew on those words that we said to our parents when we got upset and they told us to do things we didn't want to do. I can't wait until I get grown. When the bills come in your name. Whew, and that's all I can say. I look forward to seeing you all at your senior toast. Thank you so much, Mr. Bryan and Dr. Spruill. Thank you so much. I appreciate you all for coming out tonight. At this time, I'm just going to put the information out there. We're about to recess and go into a break for a moment. We're going to delay the start of our meeting and public hearing from 7 o'clock to 7:25 to give us time to relieve ourselves of whatever we have to do. And then we will resume at 7:25. We ask everyone to please stick around, mingle safely as possible, and let's enjoy. Thank you. Just a little groundkeeping rules. I want to make sure everyone is fully aware of the process to speak at the public hearing. If you would like to speak at the public hearing, in the back on the podium, there are sign-up sheets. Please complete the sign-up sheet and turn those sign-up sheets into either Mrs. Johnson, she just got married, I'm trying to remember her new name, Ms. Johnson or Ms. Gardner. If you don't have your sheet turned into Ms. Johnson or Ms. Gardner, you will not be able to speak. So please make sure you fill those sheets out. Please print your information so it's legible, so we can give respect to your name and so we can be able to follow up with you if need be. But please turn in the sheets that are located on the podium to the back to either Ms. Johnson or Ms. Hicks. Thank you. At this time, we're going to recess and we'll resume at 7:25.
you lying? For real?
Well, waving news 10. I'm not smiling. And, waving news 10. Miss Mom.
Oh!
We're doing the sound check. Waving news 10.
We live?
No.
What?
We're gonna be famous, y'all. We're gonna be famous.
Waving news 10.
Call me JJ Brown.
Miss Mom. Waving news 10.
Check.
We're on the
I'm scared. Smile, you're lucky on the SBS YouTube channel.
I am scared.
That's one of the
So what do we,
It's finna start.
No, not for real.
is this just a sound?
We had about 150 ninth graders come through 4 of our different programs and actually get to talk to each of the teachers and do a little bit of activities. A little bit about CTE was talked about, and a panel of Norfolk State students, which some of them actually graduated from Suffolk Public Schools.
Today was a great experience being able to educate these young people, especially freshmen, so they can gear up their high school careers, knowing exactly what they want, knowing exactly how they're going to get in, so they have a better chance and a better opportunity at getting their college paid for and having the best opportunity to go to graduate school or medical school.
I'm interested in joining the military after college, but I just really want to learn more about opportunities like this one where I can just be around so many people in such a professional setting and just take it all in.
There's a lot of different pathways, and I think that CTE and also just CCAP in general is a great way to start all that. This is a program that not every student gets an opportunity to do or even knows about. So this is such a really cool opportunity for them, especially in 9th grade, so they can be in these programs in 10th, 11th, and 12th.
That's enlightening to hear students saying, I came in thinking I want to do this, but now I might want to do this as a hobby. Sometimes those hobbies turn into careers. For us, this event is also an opportunity to get the word out on the programs that live inside of Suffolk, that maybe sometimes our students don't get steered into that absolute direction, but they now know that those programs are here.
I think these skills are great, even if it's not professional. It's professionals teaching you these skills that you could potentially use later in life. We had about 150 ninth graders come through 4 of our
Shop temperature balancing bedding from Sleep Number, because 80% of couples sleep too hot.
Welcome to Book 2 on All District Reads. We are so excited that today we are going to read L. Ray Jakes is Magic. You can see right here, he has a top hat on, the magic wand in his hand, everything that you need to be a magician. Chapter 1 is called Keeping an Open Mind. Settle down, captive children, Miss Sanchez says with a smile. It is after lunch on Friday in April, but it feels like summer in here. Even though we're in a stuffy classroom, you can almost smell the chlorine in the air. Our teachers joke lately to call us captive children because she knows we want to be outside playing, not stuck in our chairs like lumps of Play-Doh. We take our seats in slow motion, not wanting to let go of the good time we just had during recess. All us third grade boys played hard after cramming down our food as fast as we could. We played King of the Mountain, our latest fun thing, even though there aren't any mountains or even pointy hills on our playground. But there is a sloping lawn near where we eat lunch, so we make that work. Move it, swim boy, Jared Matthews says, hip-checking Corey Robinson for no reason. Big mistake. Corey, one of my 1.5 best friends, ended up being king of the mountain the longest today. He's quick. He's probably going to be an Olympic swimmer someday, which is pretty cool. Corey turns around fast, and after some invisible, mysterious move, gigantic Jared is staggering backward. Oops, sorry, dude, Corey says, eyes wide and hands up to show his innocence. And Jared doesn't say a word. In fact, I think he just learned something to stay out of Corey's way. My half-best friend is Kevin McKinley. He is the only boy in our class with brown skin like mine, but sometimes he hangs out with Jared and Stanley Washington now instead of Corey and me. That's new. It stinks. The girls mostly huddle in the shade after lunch because it was hot out. Girls don't like to sweat, in my opinion. They whisper and giggle and do whatever it is that girls do when they're together. But Cree Rodriguez and Fiona McNulty joined in the game for a while, even though Fiona often claims she has weak ankles. Cree can do whatever she wants, even boy stuff, and no one says anything bad about her. I don't know how she pulls that off because a couple of girls in our third grade class, Cynthia Harbinson and her personal assistant, Heather Patton to be exact, can be pretty strict about what is boy stuff and what is girl stuff. Cree has long, shiny black bangs that hang past her eyebrows in a perfect straight line, but she can still see. Cynthia used to be one of the girl bosses of our class, but now I think Cree is, even though Cree doesn't act like she cares about stuff like that. I think Fiona was just copying Cree when she tried to play King of the Mountain with us. Like maybe she thought some other Cree's popularity might rub off on her. Emma McGraw and Annie Pat Masterson are the nicest girls in our third grade class. But don't tell them I said so. It might sound weird. I think girls are confusing. It's time for you to listen, Ms. Sanchez tells us as we accept our fate and slump into our chairs. I have an important announcement to make, and I want you to keep an open mind about it. Keep an open mind about it? This does not sound good. When grown-ups say, keep an open mind, they're usually talking about telling you something that you don't want to hear. Besides a couple of kids in our class, namely Jared and Stanley, the closest guys I have to enemies around here, already have minds that are so open they are almost empty, in my opinion. For example, Stanley says there's only one squirrel in Oakland, California, which is where we live. He swears that this lonely squirrel follows him around and likes him. I think Stanley believes it because ever since he was 3, his mom has said, "There's your little squirrel friend," whenever they see one. I've actually heard her do it. Meanwhile, back here in class, Heather raises her hand and speaks at the same time. "Well, whatever the announcement is, I'm not doing anything that's against my religion," she says, sliding a glance at the rest of us, especially Cynthia, to see how we are taking the news. Since Heather has been yapping about it so much lately, I happen to know that she and her family started going to a new church 3 weeks ago. "Nobody would dream of asking you to," Ms. Sanchez says, her voice calm as always. "And please, wait for me to call on you after you raise your hand. You know better than to simply blurt out whatever pops into your head, Miss Patton." "My name is L. Ray Jakes, but I'm Mr. Jakes when I mess up in class." That's one of Miss Sanchez's things. To get more polite, the worse we act. But we usually don't act too bad because we like Miss Sanchez so much. Also, she's the prettiest teacher at Oakland Primary School. And she's going to get married really soon. I feel really funny thinking about it, but that sounds weird too. All the parents are giving her a wedding shower late next week. They are arguing by email and phone tree about what her present should be and who owes what. I think they should just give Miss Sanchez a sack of money. That's what I like if I were her. My real name is Lancelot Raymond Jakes, but everyone calls me L. Ray. My mom named me Lancelot Raymond because she writes romance stories for her grown-up ladies, and she liked those 2 fancy names. But my name got changed to L. Ray for short as soon as I got a vote, and then it turned to L. Ray. "So here's what's up," Ms. Sanchez says. "Our principal has decided that Oakland Primary Schools should have its very own talent show next week during Friday's assembly, which will be at 2 in the afternoon. He says that will help all the grades get to know each other better." Emma raises her hand. "But it's already April," she says when Ms. Sanchez calls on her. "Why do we have to get to know each other better now?" Annie Pat nods. "I don't know." Ms. Sanchez says, sighing as she sneaks a peek at her sparkly engagement ring, which is her hobby, I think. "Maybe he thought that things were getting a little dull around here, and you kids needed something fun to grab your attention. The point is, all grade levels have to take part in the show." "I'm pretty sure talent shows are against my religion," Heather says, shaking her head like that's that. She's out of this thing free and clear. "And we're going to need at least 5 volunteers from this very class for the talent show tryouts." 5, Ms. Sanchez continues, as if Heather hasn't said a word. "Okay, keeping an open mind about this is going to be hard. Corey can swim for everyone," Jared says, cracking himself up. "Or Creed could do mental math," Kevin jokes, trying to impress Jared, I guess. And that's about it for talent in this class, Emmett finishes, sounding sad. And that's about it for talent in this class, Emmett finishes, sounding sad again. Oh, I don't know about that, Miss Sanchez says, her brown eyes sparkling. I'm sure some of you are taking music lessons or gymnastics. Or how about a martial arts demonstration? Anyone? We all clamp our mouths shut and shake our heads. Listen, people, Miss Sanchez says, cheer up. It'll be fun. And the third grade has to participate. We can give it a try at least. Remember, trying out doesn't mean you'll get in the show. Really? Fiona peeps. Really, Miss Sanchez says. But I'll tell you what, if you want, you may sort this out among yourselves. Just remember, we need 5 volunteers on Monday, because that's when the tryouts are. And now on to math and rounding money amounts, she announces, pulling some worksheets out of a bright green folder. This is something you can all be good at, talented or not. Also, it's a useful real-life skill to master. Let's proceed. Can't wait till all of you read chapter 2 next, which is entitled In Charge.
Good evening, everyone. At this time, the Suffolk Public Schools public hearing will now be called to order. I want to provide a little context of what's about to happen. We're going to have a presentation by Forest Glen Choral Program, and under the direction of Ms. Small. She's going to come and give us 2 selections. Prior to them doing their musical selection, the students will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I do ask all citizens who desire to speak at the public hearing to please go to the podium, get the application cards, fill it out, and you can come up to Mr. Littlefield. You can put your hand up. You see the young lady by Mr. Littlefield, Ms. Johnson, and if you can give it to Mr. Littlefield will make sure she gets it. If you have not signed up to speak, once the public hearing has started, you will not have the opportunity to just want to jump up and get up and speak at that time. So I've been more than transparent and given everybody ample time to sign up if you wanted to. So if you want to sign up, you have time now. So at this time, without further ado, I would like to call up our Forest Glen Chorus Program. We ask if everyone can give them a round of applause as they enter the room. We ask you all to please stand as our students lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Only
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was an outstanding performance by our choral program from Forest Glen Middle School with Miss Preston as our principal. Wave your hands, Preston. I know she's super happy. Let's give it up for him one more time. Great things are happening at SPS. Great things are happening, and that speaks volumes to that. At this time, I'm asking everyone, if you have signed up to speak, to please turn in your applications, your forms to Ms. Johnson and Ms. Gardner. So when we get started, we can roll through it. At this time, we're going to turn it over to Dr. Gordon. He's going to introduce our Chief Financial Officer. She's going to make a statement, and then we will open up our public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Riddick. I'm going to call Ms. Wendy Forsman, our Chief Financial Officer, to the podium to open up the public hearing. She will also have a handout that's going to be distributed to board members and be made available to the public. Ms. Forsman?
Good evening, Chairman Riddick, Vice Chair Howell, board members, Dr. Gordon. Whenever we present the budget book, if there's ever a change or an issue that we find, we try to correct it as quickly as possible to make sure that the public and that you have the information as quickly as we can. It came to our attention that one of the tables in the executive summary had not been updated for the 22-23 revised year column. If you would turn to page 23 in the budget book, or if you have those two pages in front of you, you will see that they both are now marked revised and in red. There was no change to the bottom line. So the salaries and personnel costs are the same. The total costs are the same. They all match throughout the book. Everything in the programmatic pieces of the book are all correct. Just, this is a very complicated spreadsheet that has lots of tables, and this particular table did not get refreshed before we hit print. So we have made a change to our process to put a date on those tables so that now it will show us that they weren't refreshed and will show us that there was an issue. So I apologize for the issue. I'm very sorry that we gave out a book that had not comparable totals, but we have fixed it, and it will be online. As soon as we can get it online, we're trying to finish up making sure everything is the same as the first printing before we put it out there, but it will be online by tomorrow morning.
Thank you so much, Ms. Forsman. At this time, we will have Ms. Gardner read our statement of conduct. This is just housekeeping rules. We want to make sure everybody is uniformed and understand the format in which we're going to go forward in. We're asking everybody to be respectful. There's nothing wrong with stating your opinion. However, we ask that we be respectful while we're doing it. Okay? At this time, Ms. Gardner, it's in your hands.
It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so in the order in which they sign up to speak, that persons in attendance may observe and hear the proceedings of the board without distraction, and that the members of the board and board employees are able to transact the business of the board with minimal disruption. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments to matters germane to the business of the school board of the city of Suffolk. 2, refrain from words or statements which, from their usual construction and common acceptance, are construed as insults and intend to incite violence or breach of the peace. 3, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes, unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. 5, refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. And 6, refrain from making any comment regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate forum for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law, or, where appropriate, court proceeding. Expressive activities including, but not limited to, petitioning, picketing, displaying signs or posters, solicitation, demonstrating, pamphlet distribution, and conducting polls shall not be permitted in any meeting area where the school board is meeting, the waiting areas and corridors adjacent thereto. Persons addressing the board may deliver to the board or its clerk written materials including reports, statements, exhibits, letters, or signed petitions, and may also make use of any chart, graph during their verbal presentation. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comment but will not comment, deliberate, or take action on them. The school board chair may direct the superintendent to investigate items and report back to the school board at a subsequent meeting. The chair or other presiding officers shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order, subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chair, a city police officer shall act as sergeant-at-arms at tonight's board meeting. The officer shall, under the direction of the chair or other presiding officer, have charge of the meeting area, the waiting areas and corridors adjacent thereto, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. Please state your name and address before speaking.
Madam Clerk, I will ask that you set the timer for 3 minutes. Yes, that's within my right, 3 minutes. Board members and citizens, if you have any comments, questions, or suggestions that you are unable to answer or gain clarity tonight, the Ask the Budget tool is still open on the website. You are more than welcome to still email board members or the superintendent. So we don't want you to feel as if you're slighted, but we have to be responsible and respectful about everyone's time. So that's why you're being limited to 3 minutes. We ask you to use your time wisely. Madam Clerk, could you call the first speaker?
Matthew Hentlian, 501 East Glen Haven Drive.
Good evening. This is my first time. I'm new to this community, and so I want to speak constructively. So what I have to say should be taken positively. So I'll start off with a little anecdote that sometime in the year of 1862, a Mr. Byrne was walking down a street in London where Mr. Bodle had a bakery. Mr. Byrne was dressed in his finest as he was about his business that day. When Mr. Byrne walked past Mr. Bodle's establishment, a barrel of flour fell upon him from a window above. Needless to say, Mr. Byrne brought suit against Mr. Bodle for negligence. This case went on to appeal in the Court of the Exchequer, wherein the chief presiding judge, Lord Baron Pollock, ruled in favor of the plaintiff, Mr. Byrne. Lord Pollock wanted the court to know he was bilingual, so in reading aloud the court's decision in this matter, Lord Pollock began with the statement, res ipsa loquitur, a Latin phrase originating from Cicero, meaning the thing speaks for itself. The ruling in this case was based solely on the circumstantial evidence that the barrel of flour was under the control of Mr. Bodle and his employees. Now, I have had the opportunity to review the bill's spreadsheet dated January 2023, and it became apparent to me, as one who has over 40 years' experience in project management, crisis management, and physical analysis of large-scale projects, and the law, that the doctrine of res ipsa loquitur, articulated in Byrne v. Bodle, is present in this school district. It seems that there are spending policies, the lack of oversight, and accountability. The basis of this analysis is the information provided in the accounts payable bills dated in December of 22 and reported in January of this year. The expenses listed therein cause one to question how or why has this expense been incurred. Like in Byrne v. Bodle, there seems to be a culpability of negligence in that the circumstantial evidence pertaining to expenses caused the questions of what approval process exists, if any, what substantiation is required for our out-of-pocket expenses, if any, and what budget procedures are used in creating a cost category as well as procedures implemented to stay within it, if any. There are many merit-worthy programs that are in jeopardy of being discontinued, one of which, the Saturday Academy, a much-needed remedial program, which accommodates 15 students in a class, is in jeopardy of being discontinued because it is based on a grant funding. What is this district doing to take a proactive stance to perpetuate and continue that program without that grant?
Sir, excuse me, your time is up.
All right, I'm sorry.
Thank you so much. If you have any additional questions, we ask that you could use one of the methods for us to ask the budget tool on our website, where you're sitting. Our Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Forsman, is. She could provide you the direct link to that, or you could email either one of us, and we will make sure we get to the appropriate personnel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Valerie Boykin, 112 Robertson Street.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Dr. Gordon. I will be brief. I was planning on 5 minutes, so bear with me if I sound jumbled. But I'm Valerie Boykin, representing Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority, the local chapter here in Suffolk.
I'm sorry, Ms. Boykin, hold on one moment. We're having a technical difficulty with the clock. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm chairman of our Social Justice Connection and Social Action Committee. I'm here with our chapter president and other members of our chapter, all dressed in our colors of pink and green today. We come in support of the proposed budget for the 2023-24 school year. Alpha Kappa Alpha has long provided support for students in the Suffolk Public Schools. Many of us are graduates of this system or have children, grandchildren, or other family members currently enrolled. We also have quite a few members serving in various capacities within the school system. Our chapter has historically provided support to students in various ways, including a 20-year summer reading program for elementary students, Ebony Achievers in college admission process, our CAP program, providing mentoring and leadership skills for high school youth. Most recently, members of our chapter painted and decorated a vibe or calming room in Nansemond Parkway Elementary School on Martin Luther King Day. We continue our annual scholarships for each of the high schools, and currently we're making plans to launch our Youth Leadership Initiative for middle school youth and the Childhood Hunger Initiative Power Pack, or CHIP, which will provide weekend food care packages for young people to take home in targeted communities starting in the new year. We recognize that our students are our future and thus represent our most precious asset, which requires the efforts of all of us working in partnership. So while our work is in the community, we know that current inclusive educational curricula provided by the most qualified and equipped educators and delivered in safe environments are critical to the future of our youth, our families, and our communities. We applaud the themes of the budget. I won't repeat them in interest of time. From our initial review, it appears that thoughtful consideration has been provided to these areas with an incremental approach to addressing each component. We understand the challenges of the unprecedented worldwide pandemic that has affected all of our daily lives, including the education of our students. We continue to try to come out of the pandemic, though sadly we know it's still with us to some degree. So we appreciate the educational supports built into the budget to help youth catch up on any learning loss. We believe that the increasing safety measures, especially the behavioral interventionists, are needed to address the many stressors experienced by youth that seemingly have been compounded by the effects of the pandemic. These positions will provide prevention and intervention assistance, which should reduce the need for security. The pay raises for teachers and support staff are clearly needed to continue to attract and retain the best and brightest to Suffolk Public Schools. We think it's important to retain qualified teachers and would love to see even more than the 1% bonus proposed. We are especially impressed with the proposed raises for bus drivers and other support staff who are such integral partners to a successful school division and sometimes get overlooked. We're concerned about what appears to be a reduction in grant funding and the potential effects that could come from the $101 million era in state funding. We see the shift in funding of the 11 reading specialist positions and are glad that you plan to retain those positions with local funding. It's not clear if any ARPA funding. I will provide my comments, but we want to thank Dr. Gordon and his team for a very thoughtful submission and for your consideration as well as City Council. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Going forward, all speakers, we ask that you be mindful of your timer that you have on the dais when you speak. I have a timer that I can see, and so does the speaker. So we are seeing the same time at the same time. When it gets down to 30 seconds, I will turn my light on. You will see that it's on at 30 seconds of your remaining time. And once we get to the bottom of the second, I will have to cut you off. It's not that I don't want to hear the other things you may have to say. It's just that we have to be mindful and respectful of everyone's time. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Dr. Deborah Wallstrom, 137 Pitch-Kettle Point Circle.
Good evening, board members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. And I do have a few thoughts I would like to share.
I'm sorry, hold on one moment, Dr. Wallstrom.
Yep.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. I did study the budget, rather lengthy study, and there are a couple of things that I do have some concerns about that I would greatly appreciate you addressing before you vote on this further in March. One of the things that I think could use a little more meat in it is showing us what is being done to improve student achievement in the school division. Right now, there's nothing really clear in terms of the budget that tells us what you're going to do what the plan is for increasing student achievement, and of course, especially in the area of reading, which is the foundational skill for everybody. I have a thought about professional development, and when thinking about professional development, I'd like you to consider paying teachers based on their salary versus a minimal amount of money for a day's worth of training. Our teachers are the only ones who get paid less to know more. Central office staff isn't paid a lower amount when it has training, whether learning or presenting. Building level administrators are not paid a lower amount when attending training. Your superintendent doesn't take a less amount when there's training day. Please consider the importance of professional development by paying teachers based on their salary. It's one of the important ways of showing them their worth and the worth of professional development. Also needed as a part of the budget would be the evaluations that tell us what has been successful. There are numerous ideas in there that are the things you've already been doing, but you're not yet looking at the evidence that says what you're doing is working. You may need to pivot a little bit based on what the information tells you, the data, that type of thing. So I encourage you to please do diligence and make sure your programs are evaluated. Title I schools, remember, have to do a program evaluation every year. Tutoring is in there again. Again, I'd like you to consider looking at the tutoring program as it was. You've already spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on tutoring, and you don't know how it's been working. You don't know how many people you have tutored. You don't know how effective it's been. It's easier to say you're for a budget if you have all those things figured out and included. Other things, I don't see anything that tells people the amount of the pharmacy, how you're dealing with the 4 schools that are accredited with conditions, 4 schools that I know would love to be fully accredited, how you're going to deal with the STEM initiative, and the budget right now is not really tied to your strategic plan. And that's the purpose of your budget, is to fund your strategic plan. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Zaki Edwards, 312 Turnstone Drive. Hold on one moment, Mr. Edwards. Please proceed.
Good evening. I have 2 brief requests. One, if we can get a crosswalk across from John Yates Middle School. We have at least 4 kids right now walking across to school in the morning. I think we have a volunteer crossing guard who's not associated with the school system. She's just doing it, I think, for the benefit of the kids. We need to make sure that we have obviously the 25-mile-an-hour lights, but it would force them to actually stop if there's a kid sitting in the crosswalk. So. Second request, we have currently a boatload of talent baseball-wise at the middle school level. It is not being developed the way I think it could be developed. And I want to put in a request to have at least a program at specifically John Yates, where I know right now, when I say I have 9 kids at the all-star level. They played at the Virginia State Little League tournament last year. They're going to be at the school at the same time next year. We're doing a disservice to the kids, to the area, if we don't get these kids playing together through high school. I'm talking about college-ready, eventually, talent. And I would just urge you, I know you've probably heard this before, but I just want to make that formal request that we really got to get a baseball team together. And I'm willing, I'm a baseball coach. I've coached for 8 years now. All-star teams all around the 7 cities. I would be willing to give my time, money, whatever I have to do. If I could coach, I certainly can coach. Whatever you need, I'm here for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, I appreciate you. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Chris Dove, 852 Colonel Meade Drive. Hold on one moment. You're also signed up to speak for public speaker non-agenda.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this about the budget?
No,
or
this
non-
is about the budget, ma'am.
This is about the budget. Thank you.
Good evening. Good, okay, we're time. I've made a history of watching the school budget over the years, the past 15 years. I was pleasantly surprised back in the 2021 range where the school no longer was funded very last of all the cities in the area. We became second to last. My concern is that Suffolk is in competition with all the other cities in the area. And the quality of our education, while people don't like to admit it, money counts. Money pays for teachers. Money pays for extracurricular activities. The number of students per teacher is directly proportional to student achievement. So I strongly encourage you to make the largest request that you think you can get out of City Council. Some of the issues are that City Council doesn't seem to think that you run the budget properly. So I think the more transparency that you can do in showing how you organize your budget would be helpful. But the bottom line is we do not spend enough money in Suffolk on our children, and I encourage you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
There are no more speakers.
Okay. At this time, the public hearing is closed. And we will move forward. I call to order our regular school board meeting scheduled for March the 9th. We have already had our Pledge of Allegiance. At this time, we're going to ask our Vice Chair Howell to read our SPS mission statement.
Is to produce 21st century learners that will become productive citizens in society, foster a dynamic, safe, and nurturing learning environment, partner with school community for the benefit of students and staff, strengthen the school division by employing a highly qualified and diverse staff, effectively and efficiently manage capital and human resources, and effectively communicate to increase community investment.
Thank you so much. At this time, we will entertain a motion for approval of the agenda. Okay, the motion has been made by Board Member Slingluff. Is there a second? Second by Board Member Brittingham. Well, it was actually double made by Board Member Slingluff and Board Member Brooks Buck, and second by Board Member Brittingham. At this time, board members, your mics are going to be turned on, and Madam Clerk, we're ready for your vote.
Board members, please vote.
Okay. Yeah, but we can vote on the screen or we don't vote.
On screen. Motion passed.
Motion passed. Our next item of business is public speakers on agenda topics. Do we have any speakers?
No.
Okay, there being none, at this time, we will have reports by the superintendent. Dr. Gordon, it's in your hands.
Thank you, Mr. Riddick. I'm going to call Mr. Melvin Bradshaw, our community engagement facilitator, up to the microphone, and as he's making his way to the microphone, I do have a special announcement per Ms. Phyllis Byram. Ms. Byram sent me an email last week from a constituent that I'd like to take the time to read, Mr. Riddick, real quick. This evening, my vehicle died in the middle of a street near Route 58. One of your employees, Marcus, which is Marcus Jones, stopped and asked me if I needed help. When I refused, he stayed with the lights on in his truck, and so my family and I would be safe. I ended up asking him to jump my car. The emergency lights weren't working, nor could I open the doors. He helped me jump my van so I could get my family home safely. It was nearing the end of normal working hours, and I'm so grateful he was willing to delay his plans for the evening to help me out. I can't tell you how much his help meant to me. I'm a recent widow to an active duty service member. Learning to navigate life without my husband has been incredibly challenging, especially with 4 children. I don't have friends on this side of Hampton Road, so it would have been easy for anyone to call anyone for help. I don't know how to reach him, but I would really just like to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. Suffolk Public Schools should be proud to have an employee named Marcus. I will say it's from Amanda. So at this time, I have Mr. Privet here, our Director of Transportation. We will ask Mr. Marcus Jones to come up to the podium. He is one of our school bus mechanics. Please give him a round of applause.
I want to say thank y'all for everything. I appreciate the opportunity working at Suffolk Public School Garage, and it's been about a year now. I've been there having fun there, learning a lot of things, and didn't really have too much to say about other than that, but just want to thank y'all, that's all.
That is a tough act there to follow, Mr. Bradshaw.
Well, that's good news, sir.
Yes, sir. Mr. Bradshaw is going to report on Parents and Partners, our alumni spotlight on Deja Wilson, athletics and activities, shows what happens when we invest in our kids, awards and recognitions, community donation, and then I will address with calendar of special events. Mr. Bradshaw?
Good evening, Chairman Riddick, Vice Chair Howell, school board members, and Dr. Gordon. I would like to start off our good news report with a reminder of our upcoming Parents and Partners Together We Create Achievers event. This is going to be on Saturday, March 25th, 2023, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Kings Fork Middle School, not Kings Fork High School. The initiative is focused on strengthening the connection between home, school, and the community. We'll have a variety of sessions and topics for parents and students that will include some of the following: roundtable discussions for parent and school partnerships, academic supports, special education information, student mental health, college and career readiness, financial literacy for families, and many other topics. We're also going to have a group of vendors that will be there to provide families with resources and information. This will include Centera Community Care, Suffolk Health Department, Access College Foundation, Involve Telemental Health, and many more vendors for that day. Again, this event will take place on Saturday, March 25th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Kings Fork Middle School. Also, just as an added part of this, lunch will be provided for families. On January 2nd, 2023, the Norfolk State University Spartan Legion Band participated in the 2023 Tournament of Roses Parade in Pasadena, California. Not only was this grand occasion for the band, but also for Lakeland's very own 2022 graduate, Deja Wilson. Deja was the percussion section leader for the award-winning Lakeland Marching Quiet Storm Band when she was at Lakeland. Her hard work, dedication to her craft, and exceptional talent earned her the position of third snare out of 30-plus drummers on the $1 Million Fun Squad at Norfolk State. Deja is also in the jazz band and the symphonic concert band where she plays drums and percussion. Deja is majoring in music, media, and production at Norfolk State. She wants to be a touring musician and also wants to own her own production company where she produces and creates music for other artists as well as herself. Suffolk Public Schools fifth grade students participated in the Magic Box essay writing contest sponsored by the Suffolk Cultural Arts Center. World-class magician Chris Michael, who performed at the Suffolk Cultural Arts Center on February 18th, provided the magical essay contest idea and the following writing prompt. Imagine that one day as you were walking home from school, you find a small wooden box. When you open the box, you find that there's a magic wand inside. The instructions inside the box read, "The wand has the power to change the world. Be careful, you can only wave it once. If this really happened to you, how would you change the world and why?" The contest received over 70 entries by the February 6th submission deadline. Fifth grader Emma Janetto of Florence Bowser Elementary School was recently selected as the first place winner of the Magic Essay Writing Contest. She was recognized by magician Chris Michael during his magic show on Saturday 18th. Her essay focused on wanting to change childhood bullying. Steve Fundero, meteorologist from Wavy 10, stopped by Colonel Fred Cherry Middle School on February 14th to speak with students from Aubrey O'Brien's 6th grade science class about weather forecasting via Zoom. He discussed with the students air pressure, weather fronts, air temperature, types of precipitation, how to create a forecast, and he also gave them a tour of the station with behind-the-scenes look of how the actual job of a meteorologist works. Ms. O'Brien, the teacher, stated that it was a really great opportunity, and she looks forward to doing that next year with her students. The sister cities recently had their Young Artist and Authors Competition reception and awards. SPS won the following awards. For music awards, Suffolk took the top 3 places. First, Mason Winley from Nansen River High School. Second, Charles Watson from Lakeland High School. Third, Corey Gooden from Kings Fork Middle School. All are eligible for national competition and recognition. Best in Show in the Authors category was Xavier Wallace from Kings Fork High School. In the Digital Art category, first place was Sine Websat from Nansen River High School and Kylie Gastrite from Nansen River High School. In the painting category, second was Claudia Woolen from Nansen River High School, and honorable mention went to Caden Sines from Nansen River High School and Kennedy Lionheart from Nansen River High School. And in the drawing category, first place went to Amanda Mullins from Nansen River High School, and third place went to Mary Roberts from Nansen River High School. And continuing with the City Sisters Awards, Mixed Media was third place with Mylan Burks from Nansen River High School, and the following students received honorable mention. Haley Campbell from Forest Glen Middle School, Brianna Walker Jenkins from Kings Fork High School, Brianna Boone from Nansen River High School, and Aiden Gardner from Nansen River High School. Other honors in the area of fine arts and fine and performing arts are these. For all-state chorus, Rebecca Sotomayor from Nansen River High School. Rebecca competed against all other vocalists in the district, which includes Portsmouth, Chesapeake, and Isle of Wight, and she is only one of 16 from this district to be chosen for all-state. Also in district band assessments, again, which includes Chesapeake, Portsmouth, and Isle of Wight, assessments are a combination of curricular, in-class learning, and how they perform at a high rigorous level. These schools receive superior assessments. Colonel Fred Cherry Middle School, Nansen River High School, and Kings Fork High School, all 3 bands receive superior assessments. And in the excellent category, Lakeland High School Band and Kings Fork Middle School bands all received excellent assessment. The U.S. Army Training and Doctrine Command Band supports the Commanding General's strategic outreach initiatives by connecting southeastern Virginia communities with their Army, fostering national pride, fellowship, and loyalty shared with service members, and reinforcing positive relationships with U.S. allies and partner nations. Last week, Suffolk Public Schools hosted the Army TRADAC Band at each of the high schools. Students and staff were entertained by the worldwide renowned group, which has performed at the White House, New York City, Los Angeles, and all over the world. Additionally, students received information on careers and post-graduation, and you can see those in the presentation. We have Lakeland at the top left, Kings Fork High School at the top right, and Nance River in the bottom right. Starting with our first spotlight for athletes, I want to recognize Owen Rawls. Owen is a senior at Nance River High School, and he earned his second state championship in wrestling this year. Owens wrestles at 126 pounds, but he pinned his opponent from deep run in the final seconds of the second period as time expired to win the state title. He becomes the first two-time state champion in wrestling at Nance River High School. He has an overall record of 131-8 in his high school career. Now let me figure that out for you. That means he only lost 8 matches out of 139 matches, which means he wins 94% of his matches, and he is looking at attending Newport News Apprentice School and continuing his wrestling career. Let me have Owen come up to be recognized. Our next spotlight is the girls indoor track state champions at Nance River High School. Congratulations to the Nance River High School girls indoor track team for winning the Class 5 state championship. Based on their accomplishments in indoor track at Nance River High School, they are back-to-back girls indoor state track champions. Nance River High School girls indoor track team finished in first place with a total of 55.83 points in front of Albemarle and Glen Allen, who tied with 46 points. Jalea Pearson is the state champion in the 500-meter dash. She's number 1 in the state of Virginia and number 7 in the nation. Her time moved her to second. Her time moved her to second all-time in school history. She's also placed 8th in the triple jump, 2nd in the long jump, and 2nd in the 300-meter dash. All are all-state honors, and she earned 25 individual points. Now, mind you, I told you they only got 55.83, so that's almost half of the points she accumulated. Nia Harrison received all-state honors in the 500-meter dash, where she placed 3rd and 6th in the 300-meter dash. Grace Flynn took 3rd in the high jump, earning her all-state honors, and Janae Truman placed 8th. Audrina Chu placed 6th in the long jump, where she also earned all-state honors. The girls' 4x200-meter relay, consisting of Peyton Wright, Trinity Lucas, Jalea Pearson, and Audrina Chu, took home a 2nd-place finish, and the girls' 4x400 relay meter team, consisting of Audrina Chu, Trinity Lucas, Shakira Shabina, and Naya Harrison, took home a 4th-place finish. Each relay earned all state honors. I would like to recognize the girls' indoor state track champion team, which is also back-to-back state champions.
Mr. Riddick and School Board, I'm going to introduce Coach Marco. He'll come up here and say a few teams about the ladies. I believe, how many years is this in a row for state champion?
We've won now indoor 5 out of the last 7 indoor states.
5 out of the last 7.
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Gordon, I just want to thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for recognizing these young ladies and accomplishment that they've been doing over the last couple years. I was talking to one of the parents, and they were saying how important something like this is for these young ladies. as they move on and go to college, it's a memory that they're creating that they'll take with them forever. So we greatly appreciate this. We have a couple of seniors who already signed. As we talked about, Jalea will be continuing at VCU. Naya is going to Marshall. Grace is going to UVA. So as you can see, not only are they great athletes, but they're wonderful students. And the thing we're most proud of is how they represent the city of Suffolk and Nansemond River. Thank you. Just hold it up. Just hold it up.
Hold it up. Take it. Just hold it up. We'll switch it.
Now we know we gotta have the shorter people up front now. You already know. Yeah, we got them this. We got some proper size. All right, y'all ready to pose right here? Good?
Continuing with our athletics, Nansemond River High School was the 5B region champions in wrestling. Nansemond River High School had 4 individual wrestlers that were region champs. Camden Boswell, Seth Murray, Owen Rawls, and Ben Hansen. Nansemond River High School's wrestling coach, Trip Seed, achieved his 300th career win during the season. And Nansemond River High School boys basketball coach, Ed Young, also achieved a major milestone with his 500th career win during the season. The Kings Fork High School boys basketball team won the Class 4A Regional Basketball Championship. This makes them back-to-back 4A regional champions. They were also Southeastern District champions. Senior Samuel Brannon was named Regional Player of the Year, and Coach Rick Height was selected Regional Coach of the Year. Kings Fork High School girls basketball team is the Class 4A Regional Basketball runner-up. They were also Southeastern District champions. Kings Fork High School girls indoor track team were 4A regional champions, and the Kings Fork High School girls indoor track team had the following state winners. First place, Deja Ward. First place, triple jump, a new school record. Andrea Watkins, Taylor Jennings Ward, Courtney Johnson, and Deja Ward. First place, 4x200 meter.
So, Mr. Riddick, School Board, as Mr. Bradshaw said, Kings Fork High School, as we have gone to tradition to recognize our state champs here, 4x200 state champs, Deja Ward, Andrea Watkins, Taylor Jennings, Courtney Johnson, and our triple jump state champ, Deja Ward. So we want to take some time to recognize them, this outstanding group of ladies. Head coach, want to come on up and say a couple of words?
Yes, sir. Good to see you, man. Yes, sir. To the chairman, the board, and certainly the superintendent, this is an amazing opportunity for our program. We're starting to gain steam, gain momentum, and this is the first region championship in the school history. Kings Fork is an awesome institution. I'm glad that we have our names now heralded in the banners as the first to do it in track and field, and we look forward to the future progression. I'm also grateful to these young ladies who have been with our program and AAU program since about the 8th grade, and so they help build a firm foundation. Lastly, our GPA is above a 3.4 on that girls team, and so that is exciting. Well done, ladies.
Congratulations. So proud of you. All right.
And rounding out the Kings Fork High School report, Kings Fork High School had all-state football selections in the following areas. Javon Ford was running back, first-team All-State. Kalitra Boyd, receiver, was second-team All-State. Cameron McDaniel was honorable mention All-State at tackle, defensive tackle. And Antoine Gray was honorable mention All-State defensive back. The Lakeland High School girls basketball team won the Class 3A Regional Basketball Championship. The Lakeland High School girls indoor track team had the following first-place regional winners: Cameron Monroe, 55-meter dash; Brianna Goodman, Jada Carter, Hannah Joyner, and Cameron Moore, 4x200-meter relay. Lakeland High School boys indoor track team had the following first-place regional winners: Rajay Jones, 55-meter hurdles, and Justin Roy's shot put. And the Lakeland High School girls indoor track team had the following first-place state winners: Cameron Monroe, 55-meter dash, and Brianna Goodman, Jada Carter, Hannah Joyner, and Cameron Monroe, 4x200-meter relay. Next, we'd like to recognize our teachers for the Teacher Spotlight. We have Ashley Nettles, Nansemond Parkway Elementary School; Kelly Solers, Hill Point Elementary School; Andra Jones, Booker T. Washington Elementary School; Paula Pulley, Technology; Carol Crass, Nansemond River High School; Deborah Cameron, Hill Point Elementary School; Dustin Landreth, CCAP; Melissa Friedrichs, Nansemond River High School; and Steve Kilpatsky, Colonel Fred Chury Middle School. They are our spotlight teachers for the month of February. At this time, we'd like to recognize the Town Bank for our community donation.
Thank you, Mr. Bradshaw. We're going to call to the podium to be presented as Miss Michelle Butler and Jerry Kent. I want to thank Dr. Sinette Bird and all of the team from Town Bank for partnering us for our 21st Century Ed STEM Century, the SPS edition, documentary and book to come soon. So we'll go ahead and turn it over to you guys to say a couple of things, and then we'll come on down.
Well, thank you so much. Town Bank is so proud to partner with Suffolk City Schools, and as a community asset ourselves, our vested interest is the growth and prosperity in the communities we serve. There is no greater gift that we have than these young minds and our children that walk in all of our footsteps and pave the way for our future. So we applaud you for the programs you're implementing, the opportunities you're providing our students. We are proud to be here tonight and honored to present a $25,000 gift for the STEM Century Project.
Oh, we got to turn the other way.
And that concludes our good news report for this evening.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Bradshaw. And ladies and gentlemen, you can see, for those who did not have an opportunity to watch our work session today and our school facility study, as Mr. Napier detailed the investments that we've made in our facilities and infrastructure, just like the board and I had agreed to in 2019. This is what happens when we invest in our students. Definitely want to thank all of our public speakers tonight on the budget. Mr. Edwards from John Yates was talking about baseball. He'll be happy to know that Mr. Fortune, our coordinator of activities and athletics, partnership that Mr. Riddick has also helped us to be able to develop. We are in the process of definitely expanding our baseball options in Suffolk Public Schools. And I received information from Mr. Smith, the principal. There is a crossing guard there, and I know Mr. Edwards was informed of that. For our calendar of special events, Youth Art Month, Women's History Month, Music in Our Schools, and National Nutrition Month. It's all the month of March. National School Social Work Week is March 5th through the 11th. National School Breakfast Week is March 6th through the 10th. The day has come on March 12th where it is daylight savings time. Everyone, I saw your reaction, everyone will lose an hour of sleep as you have to spring forward. First day of spring is March 20th. April is National Poetry Month. It's also National School Library Month. National Assistant Principal Week is coming up. Outstanding job by Dr. Tanya Spruill, Assistant Principal at Kings Fork today. End of the third grading period for a total of 45 days. Parents and community members will be April 5th. And Mr. Riddick, our next school board meeting will be April 6th. Turn it back over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gordon. You all, it is a great time to be in Suffolk. I know that's an old model they used to use in the city a long time ago, but it is a great time to be in Suffolk. You see tonight how we are creating achievers from the classroom to the community, and we are definitely looking forward to continuing that great success. At this time, we will now have our consent of agenda. Are there any questions, or is there a, let me turn on the mics. All right, we have Board Member Brittingham. She has hers first. Go ahead.
Chair, I move that we approve the consent agenda. However, I'd like to move the bills payable into new business, please.
Okay. All right, there's a motion made to approve the consent agenda with the retraction of the bills payable to be placed under new business. Are there any other questions or items anybody want to have retracted?
I'm sorry, who's second?
The motion was made by Board Member Brittingham and second by Board Member Slinglove. And at this time, we're going to go ahead and vote.
Board members, please vote. Motion passed.
At this time, I'm going to just pause right quick, and I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Gordon so he can introduce someone special to you all who are in the chambers and are watching at home.
Thank you, Mr. Riddick. As come customary for our personnel report, we always want to make sure the board is able to match a name to a face for new hires for any position at coordinator or above. We'd like to introduce Ms. Emma Hunley, who's going to be our new Coordinator 2 of Finance. She has a Bachelor of Science degree, Business Administration from Strayer University. She's coming to us from King and Queen County Public Schools, where she served as the Chief Financial Officer for the last few years. I know that Ms. Hunley is here, so Ms. Hunley, if you wouldn't mind coming up and coming to the podium. You also have the opportunity now to address the board and to introduce any family members that you may have in attendance.
Good evening, Board Chair, Vice Chair, and school board members, and Dr. Gordon. I just want to take the time to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to join your team. I'm very excited to get to work. I brought with me today my biggest supporter, who's my husband, Stanley, for the almost 25 years now. He's here with me tonight. My daughter, who's attending Norfolk State, is a sophomore there. She couldn't attend tonight, but I'm pretty sure we probably stop by and see her on our way home. But again, it's truly exciting to be able to join your team. It's been welcoming since the first day someone contacted me from Human Resources, and I really appreciate that. So thank you so much.
we like to welcome you to our SPS family, and we know that you will do great things. You are following behind a great person that we are going to truly miss, who is retiring. I'm not going to mention her name. I want to be on the safe side, err on caution. But she has done an outstanding job within our department, and I will tell you, finding people to fill finance vacancies is difficult to do. And we're so glad that a person of your caliber with your wealth of experience has chose to come to Suffolk, and we look forward to working alongside you. At this time, we are going to move forward to our unfinished business. There being none, now we're going to move forward to our new business. And there we go. The first item of new business is to set a date of Wednesday. That's not the right date. To set a date for Monday, April 10th, for our virtual VSBA board development training. And I'm going to explain why there's a date change. Because there's 7 of us with 7 unique schedules, it's kind of difficult for all of us to pick the schedule. The requirement is all 7 has to be in attendance, whether it's in person or virtual, or we cannot receive the training. So if one person is unable to attend, the date is no longer working. These dates are going off the shelf quick, so we have to turn around quick. So with Monday, April the 10th, from 10 a.m. until 3 p.m., work for board members. I'm going to turn on everyone's mic, and I'm going to go around individually, and I will ask that each board member respond, because we have to nail this down tonight. All right, I'm going to start with Board Member Slingluff. It's Monday, April the 10th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Good for you?
Yes.
Okay. Board Member Barham?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Brooks Buck?
I'm checking one thing.
I got you.
Make sure. Okay.
Okay. Board Member Brittingham?
I need a few more minutes.
Okay.
Yes.
And it's a yes for me as well.
It should be fine.
Okay. Board Member Buck is a
You said
yes.
from 10 to,
10 a.m. to 3 p.m.
that's fine.
And Board Member Brittingham, you're going to have to check and get back with us.
I may have to do that because I'm not sure if we're on spring break that week or not, and I can't access it right now. So.
Okay. All right. So that's going to be our first date, our first option, to provide a backup plan should that date is no longer available or there's a conflict with a Board Member Brittingham's schedule and the rest of the board. We need to pick a following date. So the next date that is available is Wednesday, April the 12th, from the same time, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. And we're going to go through the same process that we just went through. Again, Board Member Slingluff, are you available on that date?
Yes.
Board Member Barham?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Brooks Bucks?
Yeah.
That's a yes. Board Member Brittingham?
I still don't have an answer for you. I'm sorry.
Okay. Board Member Howell?
No, I am unavailable the rest of that week other than Monday or Tuesday.
Okay, let's check. All right, so then the following week, because the 12th is out. The following week, the only 2 days they have available, we want to have this training completed by the end of April. And I'm going to tell you why, board members. If we want to be effective as a board, this training is necessary. There are a lot of things that are changing at our state level, at the federal level. When we come to the board, I don't know if you all were like me. I came to the board thinking I had the ability to do whatever I felt needed to be done, and I forgot that it was a process. And I did not understand exactly how Suffolk Public Schools operate day to day, what was my role, where my role ended, where the superintendent roles began, and where does my role as a parent and how does me being a board member, because as often as we want to say, I'm in my own capacity. You can never take off being an elected official. If you go outside and commit a crime and get arrested, the first thing they're going to say, board member, such and such. That you can't say I'm in my personal capacity at that point. So in order for us to work better together, to navigate Suffolk Public Schools through these uncharted waters, we need training. And this is something we all agreed to. So the other 2 dates that are available, but we're going to take them one at a time, is Monday, April the 17th. And it's from the same time, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. And we're going to follow the same format as we done preceding. Board Member Slingloff?
Yes.
Board Member Barham?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Brooks Buck?
I can't do it then.
That's a no. All right, let's go to April 18th.
Let's do it.
April 10th?
April 10th.
Okay, so we're going with the first one. And, all right, so I'm going to ask again so the record will show exactly what we're committing to. We are committing that on April the 10th, Monday, April the 10th, from 10 a.m. until 3 p.m., Suffolk Public School School Board will receive board development training from the Virginia School Board Association. Board Member Slingloff, are you available?
Yes.
Board Member Barron?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Brittingham?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howe?
Yes.
Board Chair Riddick? Yes. So at this time, I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, the motion has been made by Vice Chair Howe and second by Board Member Brittingham that on Monday, April the 10th, from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., we will receive training from the VSBA for board development. Please vote. Madam Clerk.
Motion passed.
Okay. Thank you all so much. We're going to be a master board. That's what we're working towards. We're going to be a board of distinction and a master board, and we're going to get there together. The next item on our agenda is to set a date of Wednesday, March 22nd, 2023, 6 p.m. at Suffolk City Council Chambers for our special school board meeting for a budget work session / decision and approval of the superintendent's proposed budget for 2023-2024. I will entertain a motion, or is there any discussion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, the motion has been made and second by, motion has been made by Board Member Jenkins and second by Board Member Brooks Buck. Any discussion? There being none, please prepare to vote. Madam Clerk?
Motion passed.
Okay. The next item on our agenda is Summer School Program 2023. Dr. Gordon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to call to the podium Dr. Akima Branch, our Chief Academic Officer. She's going to be assisted by Mr. Douglas Wagner, our Coordinator of Auxiliary Programs. We're going to ask for the board's approval for our summer school program for 2023. Dr. Branch?
Good evening, Board Chair, Vice Chair, Dr. Gordon, and school board members. I am pleased to share this summer series 2023 with you, and along with my colleague, Mr. Doug Wagner, our Coordinator of Auxiliary Programs. I will provide some historical context to our summer series, which was traditionally called Summer School. We changed it a couple years ago to Summer Series to expand the opportunities, especially, that was in 2020, especially since we had so many students who may not have qualified or needed a rigorous Tier 3 summer school program, but we wanted to place them in a position of remediation and acceleration. And so we developed a 5-point program for summer series. So there's a series of things you can do and you can participate in. Mr. Wagner will give more detail as he goes through the programming, but for those new board members who had not heard the presentation about summer series
prior to or may not be aware, we, as I said, wanted to provide remediation and acceleration. Some just needed that boost, that reminder at their grade level or content, and others were ready to advance to the next level. And we wanted to provide them a foundation before getting started in the upcoming school year. So we will tonight go over the logistics and staffing for the summer series, and then go into the components of the summer series with our academy, what that means, summer school, summer bridge program, and then our extended school year program and a community program called SPS Explore. Mr. Wagner?
Thank you, Dr. Branch. It's my honor to share with you now our plans for SPS Summer Series 2023. We will be using a traditional model primarily for SPS 23. That means that we will be using primarily in-person instruction, and there will also be limited virtual options that you will see as we go through this. Summer Series will operate July 5th through August the 3rd. The times will vary by level and program, primarily to accommodate our transportation. And instructional days will be Monday through Thursday with Fridays off. The high school SPS Summer Academy, formerly known as the SOL Academy, provides intensive remediation and review for our students who have passed their SOL course but failed the SOL test. So with this program, they are able to retake the test during the last week of that July 10th through 27th timeframe that you see. Summer Series this year will be held at 3 schools. Elementary will be at Mac Ben Junior Elementary School, along with the elementary ESY program. For the middle school, programs will be held at Kings Fork Middle School. And at Kings Fork High School, we will hold the summer school, summer academy, and both the middle and high school ESY programs. We will have transportation, breakfast, and lunch provided for all students. Just like in the regular school year, staffing is very important for the summer program. I would like to highlight 3 of the positions that are on the list in front of you. First off, the summer administrators are selected from our pool of very talented and capable deans. There will be 2 deans at the elementary school serving in the capacity of administrator, 1 at each of the middle and high schools. The summer coordinators will be serving directly under the summer school administrators, and they are selected from some of our instructional specialists as well as some of our teachers. Each of those who are looking for additional opportunities for experiencing educational leadership. And then lastly on the list, the behavioral specialist. This is a position that will be new this year, and this will allow us to provide some additional support to students in finding alternatives to certain behaviors and how they respond to situations that they might encounter during our summer programs. For the elementary, there will be a whole lot of in-person, face-to-face, hands-on instruction. So we're really getting and continuing back into that face-to-face instruction with the kids being involved. They'll have Tier 3 remediation with extensive support. All the activities and daily events will have embedded within them enrichment activities, and the focus will be on math and reading. At the middle school, again, in-person instruction will be for English and math. Students who fail both math and English will be in one group, and then students who fail either math or English will have a slightly different experience. Students who need support in science or social studies will be able to receive support in one of those courses, and that will be done virtually. These items also provide an opportunity for our middle school students to have additional promotion possibilities. And again, middle school will include the enrichment activities. At the high school level, students who failed 1 or 2 courses can choose from those items listed in the boxes as repeat classes in math, science, history, English, and economics and personal finance. Students will also have an option to choose one of the courses at the bottom as a new course, English 12, government, or economics and personal finance, and each of those 3 are virtual. Students can only choose 1 or 2 of the repeat classes or 1 of the new classes. They cannot mix new and repeat classes. I've already described the summer academy at the high school, but for students who complete this process, along with students who complete needed repeat classes, they may find themselves eligible to graduate in summer school. Our summer school graduation will be held on August the 3rd, 6 p.m. at the Kings Fork High School auditorium. Our SPS summer bridge programs are designed with the idea of having advanced instruction, the use of exploratory, skill building, and accelerated learning opportunities. For our K through 8 students, this is a virtual opportunity that they can participate in at their own pace. And in the high school, it is in person. It involves critical thinking, problem solving, creativity, and focuses on targeted skills. It's open to all students, but we are strongly encouraging our specialty program students along with the DE students to participate because of the nature of their programs that involve a lot of collaboration and really intensive work. So the type of things that go on with Summer Bridge are very beneficial for students in those programs. In our ESY, or Extended School Year program, this is based on the IEP team's determination of whether the student needs to have the extended school year as a part of their free appropriate public education. The services are eligible for students and are provided concurrently with the summer programs, and it is based very much on the instructional individual needs for the students who meet the ESY criteria. Again, ESY for the elementary will be at Mac Ben, and both middle and high school ESY will be at Kings Fork High School. And then SPS Explore. Now, this is the one I want to do. And if I can throw out the little advertisement right here, if anybody over the summer has a child at home that says, hey, I'm bored, this is your go-to. We have developed a really nice choice board. Students can go in, the family can go in, click on one of the items, find a place in Suffolk to go. Suffolk has so much beauty, nature, history to explore, and every one of these comes with a very special assignment that can be done in the core disciplines and math, English, science, social studies, health and PE, and also some advanced skills. So there's opportunities there for families to become involved, and then of course we encourage the kids to send in what they've been doing to us for some recognition and maybe some prizes. Okay, so that completes the presentation on the plans for summer school. Are there questions that we can answer for you?
Board members, if you have questions, you can tap your speaking feature in front of you, and it will show up on my screen, and I will grant you access. All right, Board Member Jenkins.
I don't have really any questions, but I just want to commend you on what you have done, the time you have put in, because we want to make sure that our students have somewhere to go during the summer, and this is very constructive. They will be learning. They won't be just home playing the video games, and it will prepare them for when the school returns for regular session. So thank you so much for your time and dedication.
Thank you.
Board Member Brittingham.
I just have one question. At the end of summer school, how are we going to be able to measure how effective this has been for the students? What are we putting in place to collect data and aggregate it and extract information that tells us that indeed we are impacting these students and that the program has worked?
At the conclusion of the summer programming, I'll start with the secondary level. Students who are in SPS Summer Academy are those who may have passed the class but did not pass the SOL. that will be the target to get them to pass the SOL in that 3 weeks process of remediation. For summer school, it is passing the class that they are repeating, or if it's a new class, they're going to be graded there. It's not just something where it is a pass-fail. At the middle school level, it is passing the class because it could potentially be a promotion opportunity, or if they were falling behind, it's repeating skills, so that would be the indicator. At the elementary level, all K through 5, we use the iReady diagnostic. That is another system we use on a regular basis in addition to some other assessments to determine students' growth and whether they are learning. That is also where we look in certain cases to see if a student can move forward instead of being retained. Tier 3 are those students who need additional intensive support. And so those students go through, while it's very hands-on, very engaging and enriching, we are also measuring their growth and their success there. So we're using regular diagnostics in our iReady system as well as other common assessments and diagnostics.
Thank you.
So are there any additional questions? There being none, thank you so much. Board members, at this time, this is, I believe, an action item. Is there a motion to approve?
So move.
The motion has been made by Board Member Jenkins and second by Board Member Brooks Buck. At this time, is there any discussion? There being none, please cast your votes. Madam Clerk?
Motion passed.
Thank you so much. At this time, we're going to move forward to our next item on our agenda, which is the superintendent's revised evaluation instrument. And while we're on this piece, let me provide some clarity so there is no ambiguity amongst staff, citizens, and those who are watching at home and those who are in the chambers. We are not creating a new evaluation instrument. The state had made a mandate that we add a 8th standard regarding cultural competence. We add that standard and we had to come in and reconfigure the weighting. I reached out to board members to gather what we were comfortable with as far as the rating. Board members gave their feedback and we went with the majority of the board to gather information to come here tonight to make a decision. The decision that was made tonight was based off of the conversations held at the meeting tonight. When we create this instrument, we have to make sure that, one, it's fair, and two, that the superintendent is in agreement with the instrument. This is not a raise. This is not us creating something out of thin air. The board evaluation instrument for the superintendent is in line with the state evaluation tool. I have already checked and we went case by case, and there is no issues with the way we did things today. We spoke with Dr. Gordon, and Dr. Gordon has expressed to me that he is in agreement with the evaluation instrument weightings. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Riddick. So based on the feedback from the work session, the range was 1 to 1.5 is what the prior discussion centered around. Leadership, the board is choosing a rating of 1, planning and assessment 1.5, instructional leadership 1.5, organizational leadership and resource management 1.5, communication and community relations 1, cultural responsive and equal division leadership, which is the new standard, also 1, professionalism at 1, and division student academic progress at 1.5. The barriers or the means that the board had to discuss was the weighting had to equal to a total of 10. Mr. Riddick had turned it over to me so we can have it on the record. I am in acceptance and agreement with the board's recommendations for the new superintendent evaluation template.
At this time, we would entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
The motion has been duly made by Vice Chair Howell and Board Member Brittingham. Is there a second? It was second by Board Member Jenkins. At this time, please cast your vote. Madam Clerk. Thank you so much. At this time, the next item on our agenda is payment of bills February 23. At this time, we're going to open the floor to board members. Brittingham.
Thank you. So, again, being a new board member, I'm still on a learning curve and trying to read these financial reports every month. And I have spoken with administration on several occasions about some of my concerns, and I've asked for some clarification, and I'm still in that process of hopefully getting more and better clarification. But at this point, I'm still not comfortable because I don't believe that I'm fulfilling my board duties by being able to approve something that I don't fully understand. And so my hope is as we move forward that I can get a little bit more clarification so that I can feel comfortable with the approval process that's happening here. And so as I expect transparency and accountability, I'm going to do the same in front of administration and my constituents when I say I can't vote for something that I don't fully understand, and that's where I'm at right now.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Brittingham. Is there any additional comments from any other board members? Board Member Slingloff.
I would also like to add to that, most jobs, when you jump into a job, you have a ramp-up period where you're learning. Once you join, once you're elected to be on the board, you hit the ground running month one. So immediately we're asked to take on the tasks of these duties and to vote and to support them. So just for clarity, I would like to also dispel anything before it gets going, that when I vote this evening, I do not want my vote to be reflected in any way for anyone to be concerned with any of the finances or the reports that have been diligently prepared to be brought before the board. But as it's stated in the board policy, it states that the lists, let me read from the beginning. The school board will receive each month from Suffolk Public Schools one or more list of bills for payment. The list will be certified as correct and approved for payment by the school board at its regularly scheduled monthly meetings. I too have also spoken at length with Dr. Gordon and also with Ms. Forsman, and I'm very grateful for that time. And I believe that we are working together to improve the processes. So not only will we be able to approve these items in this report in the future, but it will come with the ability to actually validate, when we're approving something, in order to put a stamp on something, I believe that you need to be able to validate and to vet different things. So that is the hope, but I did want to dispel that there's any other reason for the vote this evening.
Are there any other discussion? Board Member Brooks Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe that I saw some questions regarding expenditures, and I think I can bring some clarity to a couple of those questions that might still be out there. I saw a list of questions regarding where I stayed when I went to a conference and where I was at the time of the conference, and I think this is a good time to clear that up. I wore these today because I went to, and I spoke to it at the last meeting. I did not have time to address what I learned at the legislative conference put on by the National School Boards Association in Washington, D.C. I stayed at the Marriott Marquis Hotel because that's where the conference was. I can assure you that we have stopgap measures when we get ready to spend money, because when I went to use the school board's credit card, it did not work. I had to pay for it myself. And it took 3 days for the hotel to clear the school board's card for me to get my money back while I was still traveling for the school board. I attended both conferences because they overlap. One conference starts on the 29th. When you go, the conference is from the 29th to the 31st. The other conference is the 30th and 31st. The first day of the Virginia School Board's conference is training. I've been on the school board for 11 years, and I've attended that training at least 10 times, okay? So I understood what was necessary at that training and thought I could miss that day as I was in Washington, as I expressed last month, speaking to my congressman about the fact that Suffolk Public Schools was owed, from the promise the federal government made, $11 million as a special ed reimbursement, and they only got $3.8 million. I felt that was important. And so I said it to my congressman, I said it to my senator. Now, Senator Warner was in session, so I had to write to him because he was in session, and I needed to leave early. The day for visitation was the 31st, but because my chair, and I wanted to respect the fact that he wanted all of us to be in Richmond, I drove 107 miles the evening of the 30th so that I could come and be there to visit the General Assembly on the 31st. I can assure you I was where I was supposed to be because I had to spend my own to get it back. Now, if there are any clarifications about any bills, and you don't have to post it on the internet because now it's on YouTube, everybody can see it, so it doesn't have to be posted on the internet. Everybody will know where I am. If you want a report of what I've learned, I did a wonderful PowerPoint presentation. I always do every time I go to a conference. I have pictures of the people that I was with, if anybody would like to see those. I am concerned because we don't need to see, as a board, every piece of paper, every pencil that is purchased. At some point in time, I have to trust the staff of Suffolk Public Schools to do the job that they are paid to do. And so I have no problem voting as I will, because I understand that with $175 and some million that we spend, it is not up to me to keep up with every pencil that somebody buys for a school. I get that. And I want us to understand that. Trust is something that we need to have. I can't do everybody's job, and it's not up to me to do everybody's job. And by the way, I do have the qualifications to do the superintendent's job. I'm just not in that role now. I'm a school board member, and so I need to trust him to do what he's paid to do and the staff to do what they're paid to do. And the other part of that is, because we cannot, as board members, do what all the staff and all the folks who are here are supposed to do, and all the folks who work for us, we have to at least respect them enough to respect their reports and the reports of outside auditors who did not see fit to do, even though we asked for that, a criminal investigation to see if they had stolen anything when nothing was missing. But at any rate, that's what I needed to address, Mr. Riddick, and thank you for your time and thank you for listening. But that's what I did. I wore my badges. You can't get these unless you actually attend. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Brooks Buck. At this time, Board Member Slingluff, I see you had a comment.
Yes, I just wanted to follow up on that. I want to make it very clear that this is not about suspicion of anyone or their behavior with the finances or how the finances are being managed of the school system. As I have learned through extensive time with Ms. Forsman, there are processes within our school system, within the administrative office, that it vets and verifies every transaction at multiple layers, and they have clearly explained that to me, and I appreciate that greatly. My My consideration at this point is the fact that I take very seriously the role that I've been given as an elected official on the school board. When I look at this and I look at this policy is here for a reason. The policy is asking for me and for the other 6 board members to, as it states, to certify as correct and approved for payment by the school board all the financial reports that are given. If those reports are given to us to review, which we had asked at one point if they could be removed out of the consent agenda for information only, and we were told that they couldn't be because they have to be approved. If something's approved, you can't approve something if you can't validate it. I see the school board's vote as being another layer to safeguard and ensure the integrity of, and perhaps the final layer that ensures the integrity of the financials every month. And unless I have the ability to validate something, to spot check or validate something, I don't have that ability to confirm that. I do appreciate the trust. I believe that will happen in time, but as you'll recall, I just came on the board. So trust is something that is given freely to a degree, but that when you're putting yourself out there to back something, you also have to earn that trust. So again, there's no concern that anything is being done wrong. I just want to make sure that I'm doing my diligence as a school board member to follow protocol so that I can ensure that I have validated the report that I am being asked to approve.
Okay. Thank you so much for all of the comments that has went forward thus far. However, I'm going to provide context here. The policy states school board. Although I am the board chair, I am not the school board. When the reports come out, I can ask the question. And if I'm not satisfied with the answer, the way we as board members, the way we handle it is when we come to the meeting, we can then bring that question at the meeting, and that's where that policy is enacted when the school board, who is assembled, could address, instruct, direct. The power that I have as chair is delegated authority that was delegated to me by the board. I can't just move and do whatever I want. And that's why it is important that we come together for, one, bonding, because there's an elephant in the room. We know it. And I'm glad that both board members were able to state their case respectfully of one another, and we're working towards the middle. But in time, once we continue to have this training and board development and us working together, we're going to pass this hurdle, and this too will pass, and the storm will be over. And I'm glad that both sides were able to articulate their rationale, because I'm going to be transparent with everyone. It is extremely hard sitting in this seat when you always have rocks, daggers, and things coming at you. It is hard for us to replace staff and finance because for the past 4 years, finance of the Suffolk City School Board, watch my words here, okay, of the Suffolk City School Board has been under an intense microscope. Things were created and fabricated out of not even thin air. I don't even know where that stuff came from. However, we're going to move forward. We have a detailed finance report. Dr. Gordon, Ms. Forsman are available. I thank Board Member Slingluff and Board Member Brittingham for reaching out to staff to ask questions before. Our attorney is available, and he's going to be providing an opinion going forward, the correct interpretation of that policy and how it's going to impact Suffolk Public Schools. And we're going to work together. It's no us versus them. It's either you're on the side of student achievement or you in the wrong spot. So at this time, we're going to move forward. I will entertain a motion to approve the payment of bills and payroll for February 2023. The motion has been made by Board Member Brooks Buck. Is there a second? Second. The motion has been duly seconded by Board Members Byram and Board Members Brittingham. Please vote. Madam Clerk?
Passed.
Motion passed. At this time, we're moving on to a part where we get to hear from our citizens, and we are at our public speakers on non-agenda topics. We do ask that it's okay to say your piece, but we ask that you all be respectful as we're being respectful of you. Your timer is on your podium. You can see the timer, I can see the timer, and the clerk can see the timer. When you have 30 seconds remaining, I will turn my mic on. You will see the red light. When you get down to 0 seconds, I'm going to cut you off. We have a total of 10 speakers. If everybody takes their 5 minutes, that is 50 minutes. I want to be considerate of our staff time who is here, who have worked a long working day already. If you have questions regarding to the budget, you're more than welcome to use the Ask My Budget tool. You're more than welcome to email us, and we do respond. At this time, Madam Clerk, could you read the statement?
It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so in the order in which they sign up to speak, that persons in attendance may observe and hear the proceedings of the board without distraction, and that the members of the board and board employees are able to transact the business of the board with minimal disruption. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments to matters germane to the business of the school board of the city of Suffolk. 2, refrain from words or statements which, from their usual construction and common acceptance, are construed as insults and tend to incite violence or breach of the peace. 3, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes, unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. Refrain from cumulative, repetitive remarks. And 6, refrain from making any comment regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate forum for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law or, where appropriate, court proceeding. Expressive activities including, but not limited to, petitioning, picketing, displaying signs or posters, solicitation, demonstrating, pamphlet distribution, and conducting polls shall not be permitted in the meeting area where the school board is meeting, the waiting areas, and corridors adjacent thereto. Persons addressing the board may deliver to the board or its clerk written materials including reports, statements, exhibits, letters, or signed petitions, and may also make use of any chart or graph during their verbal presentation. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comment but will not comment, deliberate, or take action on them. The school board chair may direct the superintendent to investigate items and report back to the school board at a subsequent meeting. The chair or other presiding officer shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order, subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chair, a city police officer shall act as sergeant-at-arms at tonight's board meeting. That officer shall, under the direction of the chair or other presiding officer, have charge of the meeting area, the waiting areas, and corridors adjacent thereto, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. Please state your name and address before speaking.
Our first speaker is Chris Dove.
My name is Chris Dove. I live at 852 Colonel Meade Drive, Suffolk, Virginia. Since 2018, school capacities have been based on the total square footage of the individual schools. For example, Elephants Fork Elementary, with a total square footage of 58,800, has a level of service of 436 students, based on the UDO standard of 135 square feet per student. The Virginia Department of Education reported this year's total fall membership for Elephants Fork was 599, 37% over capacity. The fact is, most Suffolk schools do not meet the level of service required by the Unified Development Ordinance. The reason for this is that the city's zoning administrator, the director of planning, city manager, city attorney, and planning commission and the city council have all disregarded UDO section 31601, the provisions of which state public facilities need to support new development meet or exceed the level of service standards. That no zoning or rezoning, site plans, or subdivision plats shall be approved which would cause a reduction in the level of service for any public facilities below the adopted level of service. And the adequate public facilities needed to support new developments are available concurrent with the impacts of such developments. As you know, Section 31301 of the Unified Development Ordinance states, violating, causing, or permitting the violation of, or otherwise disregarding any provision of the ordinance by any person shall be unlawful and is subject to criminal sanctions. The zoning administrator, the city attorney, the Commonwealth attorney all refuse to enforce the adequate facilities of Section 31601. The city government is literally committing crimes against our children. You are the only ones withstanding to enforce this law. Only you can safeguard our children's quality of education. Please do so and do so soon. Make sure no new homes are approved until our schools meet the level of service required by law. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. Our next speaker is Mr. Eric Copeland.
Good evening. School Board Chairman, members of the board, Superintendent. I am Eric Copeland, property owner at 7622 South Quay Road. Tonight I will review how exposure undergirds one's success. In the early 1990s, during a leadership training program, Harvey Coleman opined, and I quote, "One's success is based upon one's personal success factors. Performance is 10%, image is 30%, and exposure is 60%. My public education exposure started in Suffolk Public Schools, an honor graduate from Forest Glen High School, then on to the University of Virginia, then to a successful career with the largest chemical company in the world. I believe, however, the success model is now under attack by certain school board members. 2 nights ago, a school board member had a town hall meeting opining that the superintendent would be receiving a $30,000 salary increase. The budget reveals a 5% or $11,000 salary increase. Reading with discernment is fundamental. During last month's school board meeting, kumbaya moments were, and I quote, "We all want the best for our students in Suffolk Public Schools. We don't always go about it the same way, but we want the best." Some of you are constantly questioning Dr. Gordon's hiring of team members. It appears the exposure is only to besmirch the reputation of Black educational professionals. If you were sincere about student success in Suffolk Public Schools, embrace the work the superintendent and his team are doing to expose students to the possibilities. 130 honor graduates? That was impressive tonight. Very impressive. Leaders go to public school conferences to learn new pathways to educate students. Instead, some of you keep stirring mess up about approved travel. School board members, The performance, image, and exposure model for success is quite active and working in Suffolk Public Schools. We've seen that tonight. So why don't you spend time highlighting the Blue Ribbon schools, focusing on nationally recognized biomedical program, journeying down the pathways to the engineering program, building upon the successes of last year, where $15 million in scholarships were awarded to our seniors. Why don't we do more of that? Because the image we should be seeking is one that should be undergirding success to foster more success and not mess. Dr. Gordon and his very professional team, with many of them having achieved doctoral degrees, embrace and learn from them. Our superintendent was appointed by Governor Northam to the Education Commission of the States and reappointed by Governor Youngkin. Last year, Dr. Gordon received the Superintendents to Watch Award, which recognizes up to 25 school leaders in the United States who demonstrate dynamic, fast-paced leadership with strong communications at its core. In summation, last week a Suffolkian under the Freedom of Information Act requested, and I quote, data on how many black employees are in Suffolk Public Schools. We see similarly racially tinged actions like that in Texas, Florida, Mississippi, and Tennessee. Some school board members and citizens, the apparent beliefs and evident actions indicate you wish to maintain privileges for only a singular demographic at the detriment of the rest of the community. Understand, we are here tonight, united, and will remain here to build a more inclusive future for all under performance, image, and exposure. School board members, look in the mirror, because we see you too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Copeland. At this time, please forgive me if I mispronounce your name. But our next speaker will be Jackie.
It's Music Maggio.
Music Maggio. Thank you. Music Maggio.
Good evening, Superintendent and Board. I've never spoken in front of you, so let me tell you a little bit about myself. My name is Jackie Music Maggio. I have 3 children in Suffolk Public Schools. All of my children started at Hill Point Elementary School. I now have a sophomore and a freshman at Kings Fork High School in the IB program, along with playing sports and in numerous clubs. My youngest son is at Kings Fork Middle School in 6th grade. This has been a tremendous new challenge for myself and my family, as my son has been through a tremendous amount of bullying. The first incident started on October 27th, where my son was pushed and encouraged to fight other kids. He was then marked a racist because he told the children to get their dirty hands off of them, and it was written on his referral. That is not who we are or what we stand for. I then emailed Mr. Medley, guidance counselor, to have a phone conference because my son at that point was being harassed and being called a racist, which my son took to heart very much, considering that his uncle and his cousin are black and biracial. Then my son started being harassed physically by boys making fun of what they wanted to call his man boobs, flicking them, pinching them, and slapping what was his bottom. I spoke with Mr. Medley on December 12th, had an extensive phone conversation in reference to these matters. I was assured by Mr. Medley that the matters would be addressed.
Could you stop for me? Pause the time. Could you take her back to 3 minutes and 20 seconds? When addressing the board,
Sure.
I'm going to ask that you refrain from using the staff name.
Sure,
For
I
an
can do that.
example, just the administrator.
Okay.
And then what I'm going to ask you to do also is to follow up with me and Dr. Gordon via email, but go ahead.
Okay. So I spoke with the administrator, head of the school on December 5th, had a long, extensive conversation about the numerous issues that had been had, what teachers I had spoken to, that I had also spoken with the guidance counselor as well. The guidance counselor had spoken to my son. Every time is encouraged to fill out an anonymous form. My son doesn't feel safe filling out an anonymous form because the stranger next to him could fill it out, send it in, but that bully's going to come right back to my son, which has happened. Let me bring you to the most current situation. On March 8th, my son, when I picked him up, had a handprint so large on his face and welted from a boy that slapped him in the bathroom. Our children and posted on social media. Nobody's done anything about that. I demanded a meeting. I couldn't get into the school. Let me make this real clear. I could not get into the school that afternoon because somebody had pulled the alarm. The fire department was there. I sent the administrator a meeting, or an email demanding a meeting. My husband and I met with the administrator the next afternoon, along with my son, who still had the handprint on his face. I was assured that it would be investigated and steps would be taken to protect my son. I spoke with the school resource officer and steps to find out where this video was posted, as my son the next day was taunted because the video had been seen by students my son didn't know. Because I don't know where it's posted, nor my son, who does not have social media, there's nothing anybody can do. I was told no charges could be brought against that child who brutally, physically assaulted my child. Why is my sixth grader afraid to go to school? Why am I having to put my sixth grade 11-year-old son in therapy because now he has so much anxiety, and I'm afraid as a parent that my child may end up being one of the 2 worst statistics in public schools. And I don't think I have to spell that out. Why do I have to put my 6th grader, 11-year-old son in a defense class? Because the next step is my son has a right to defend himself. I will gladly share the photos with Dr. Gordon, with the board, whomever. I have my son coming home telling me that he can't even learn in class because these same kids are causing such distractions that teachers are on the brink of tears. This, my son has told directly to the administrators himself. They're behind in a history class because they can't get through a lesson without the teacher having to stop and take away from them. This needs to change, or Suffolk Public Schools can't be great. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming before the board and bringing that situation to us. At this time, our next speaker is Ms. Linda Johnson.
Good evening, Chair Riddick, Vice Chair Howell, members of the board, Dr. Gordon, and Mr. Waller. My name is Linda Johnson. I reside at 2748 Windjammer Road, Suffolk, Virginia. I stand before you as a 59-year resident of this great city, a 20-year veteran as elected official, a businesswoman, a proud SPS graduate who has been married to a proud SPS graduate who has now practiced law in this city for almost 50 years. I tell you this because I believe you will not find anyone who loves this city more and anyone who has invested more of their life than our family in this city. And I am baffled as to why there is an attempt by some to want to bring our school system down. We have to know that no, nothing is perfect, and we know that we will always work toward being better. Why, though, would anyone want to perpetuate the false narrative that SBS is not succeeding? Why would we spend hours after hours looking for budget abnormalities after 9 years of perfect audits? Board members and citizens alike, it is our job to advocate for the schools who educate our students and not go day by day and try to pick them apart. When my family moved here in 1963, people from other cities came and said, you know, Suffolk schools aren't that great. But I never heard it from within my own city. Now it seems to be reversed. I go to other cities and I hear, wow, Suffolk schools are doing well. And I hear, you must be so fortunate and proud to have Dr. Gordon. I come here. I don't hear that. Why? Because I hear a loud narrative that I believe to be the minority. I understand that we live in a time when public education is under attack. Some would have you believe that we should just give everyone a check and let private enterprise supplant public education. I don't believe that. You will hear, don't let them teach CRT, which we don't. Don't control what's in the libraries. Equity doesn't provide opportunity. Inclusiveness is a troublesome word. All of these, to me, being red herrings for fear. Fear that those that may not look like I do will succeed and excel. Fast forward, our country doesn't look like it looked when I was a little girl. Things have changed, and I'm not afraid of change. I look forward to a future, and I look forward to one that holds the day when inclusiveness and equity is fully achieved. I've had the privilege to know 3 superintendents in this city, Milton Liverman, Darren Whitney, and Dr. John Gordon. Each in their own way moved the system forward. Dr. Gordon has truly turned difficult times into a success story, every obstacle into an opportunity. The pandemic affected every single school in this country, but at every turn, he looked for innovative ways to carry on. He's added Suffolk to the small list of systems that have a blue ribbon school, has given several numerous large grants, improved instructions, added programs, and worked tirelessly to try and keep our students safe in a difficult world. One of the first to try to institute the idea of clear backpacks, but he has not missed one. Oh, what I wanted to say is if you have not heard Dr. Gordon speak, you have missed one of the best motivational speakers I've ever heard, and I've heard many. How fortunate our students are to have that for a leader. And just this week, he was again selected one of 25 superintendents to watch in the nation. For what? Communication, innovation, and vision. We should be proud. And yet, once again, here we are. I hear an attempt to vilify him because of a proposed raise, consistent with his contract and well below those of other superintendents in our region. This was done to a former city manager and a former superintendent, and Dr. Gordon now. It's just another attempt to inflame the public to keep this person hoping that he will leave. Why does Suffolk refuse to accept and embrace good people working hard to move our city forward? I applaud the successes of Dr. Gordon, and I hope the citizens of Suffolk will wake up before we lose another competent administrator. And if it's the goal to look for how many Chick-fil-A sandwiches were purchased, or how many donuts were eaten, or what hotel somebody stayed in for how long and for what reason, may I suggest that you broaden your search to other municipal buildings as well. It's not fair to focus on one. It is also, to me, very sad, and why I'm here tonight, when an elected official says, and I quote, "You know, the entire school administration staff under Dr. Gordon is black." I know that's not true, but I also know that in the years when it was all white, you didn't hear that. Could we please, in this city, look at qualifications and nothing else? Suffolk has a legacy of a lot of proud SPS graduates who believe in our public education system. We're proud of the strides that have been made over the years, and we look forward to that system offering a premier education to all of its students. Public education is the pillar of our democratic society. It needs to be supported and preserved. I beg, and there are thousands of good citizens in Suffolk. We are heading toward 100,000 people. Speak up. before the loud minority writes the narrative. Let's all come together because there's one goal here: educate the great students in the city of Suffolk. You are doing it. Thank you, Dr. Gordon, and I appreciate you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Mr. Matthew Hinton.
Good evening again. In the last meeting, there was a presentation that was by a gentleman from Utah. The presentation addressed the need to provide programs or a program.
Could you hold for me?
I'm sorry.
You may proceed.
Okay, you may proceed.
To provide a program to prepare our children, the students of the district, for the ever-changing workplace and an economy. The subject matter of that presentation focused on robotics and how via a how-to manual could virtually take a gym teacher and make him qualified to teach aspects of engineering and other areas involved in robotics. However, right here in the great Commonwealth of Virginia, of the top 10 robotic companies in the United States, 3 are here. Closest being in Norfolk, this company called SVT Robotics, and Jewett Automation in Richmond, and General Dynamics Mission Systems in Reston. All of these are resources that can be tapped via their personnel and their involvement to get involved with a robotics program, which would be far more sophisticated than buying a subscription, far better and more encouraging and inspiring to the students because of the professionals that would be involved, and just by their own motivation in what they do, and that they are professionals within their area of expertise, would rub off on the children, and also encourage involvement by the parents just because they'd be dealing with sophisticated professionals who would really bring a lot to the party, so to speak. Instead of going to a program that really is from someone who's not in this community, doesn't know our children, doesn't really know what the resources are that are available here, and resources such as component part manufacturers. There are structural engineers, industrial engineers, there are electrical engineers, nautical engineers. There are all sorts of resources available, not to mention the military. We have the Navy, we have the Army Corps of Engineers, and we even have the Air Force, all of which have a plethora of people who are sophisticated and attain the skills that would be more inviting to the children or the students to come. They would be challenged as opposed to someone going off a how-to manual. I say that should be a consideration and something looked at to get more bang for the buck that the budget has than taking it to someone outside our community. I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. At this time, our next speaker will be Mr. Xavier Scott.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, Superintendent, and rest of the board. My name is Xavier Scott, and I'm a proud citizen of this beautiful city of Suffolk, Virginia. I just want to bring awareness to the policies and procedures of the Transportation Department with the emphasis on an isolated situation involving my daughter, Alyssa Scott, which attends John F. Kennedy Middle School. My daughter is an honor roll student. My wife, which has been an educator for 20 years, we make sure that that is a point of emphasis in our household with our children. My wife takes my daughter to school in the morning. My mother picks my daughter up in the afternoon. For whatever reason that my mother can't pick my daughter up in the afternoon, my daughter rides the bus, which she's assigned to bus 428, driven by Ms. Natalie Jones. A verbal altercation happened on the bus when my daughter got on that bus for that particular day. Because again, my daughter she doesn't normally ride the bus. And when the verbal altercation happened, the bus driver, separated the two children, which I thought, was the correct thing to do. And my daughter was placed in the front of the bus. The other young lady the other young girl was placed in the back of the bus. During that time, when they were separated, for whatever reason, this bus driver called Suffolk police, for whatever reason. Suffolk police were called to the scene of Nansemond Parkway. While waiting for the police to arrive, another bus pulled up parallel of bus 428, which was driven by Mr. Reginald Darden. He arrived and again parked directly across the street and walked and proceeded to badger these two little girls, which one was my daughter. Quote, "You know you both are going to jail," end quote. After the Suffolk police arrives, Ms. Jones told the two young ladies.
Excuse me, sir.
Mhm.
You can't mention the names.
Okay, the bus driver told my daughter and the other young lady to get off the bus. She shut the door and pulls off. Now, at this particular point, my daughter and the other young lady is with the police. And the police at this point also is saying, "Why am I here?" Not in custody, I used the wrong word, supervising these two little girls for whatever reason that he was called, which is baffling to him at this point. After the two students was put off, now they're with the police officer. Time had expired. The girls was out there with the officer for 10 minutes. At that time, my daughter calls my wife, obviously frantic. And at that point, no one called myself, no one called my wife from any entity. Transportation, school administration, whatever have you. Our 12-year-old again called from her cell phone, and my wife raced over to the location, which my daughter can't even describe the location because she doesn't even know where she is. So the only thing she told my wife was to just drive down Nansemond Parkway until you see me. So you can just imagine what a 12-year-old is going through mentally and emotionally at this point. The officer and my daughter and the other young lady was leaning on the car. 3 minutes had passed when the school administrator had pulled up and conveyed to my wife what my wife had learned from my daughter. The next morning, I went to the school to talk to the school administrator and was allowed to make sure my daughter gave her statement. The school administrator conveyed to me that, I quote, "This is a transportation issue," unquote. After receiving the information, I left John F. Kennedy Middle School along with the information I received from my wife and my daughter and proceeded to give the information to transportation. I talked to the director of transportation, and the transportation director was very cordial and kind, I will say that. And I definitely have confidence that the transportation department is going to make a swift and just decision on this particular matter. I just feel as though my daughter was put in a dangerous situation. And right now, as we speak, I just feel as though my daughter is emotionally damaged. And we're, in the process of getting her help for that particular incident. I'm not here to badger anyone. I just want to make sure that the board is very aware of these particular situations. And everything was referenced from the school board manual, 5-4.4, student conduct on school buses, Virginia Code 22.6-16. Also 5-4.3, student bus safety program, Virginia Code 22.1-70. So nothing that I've actually conveyed to you guys was in the manual. So I just wanted to make sure that you guys are aware of this particular situation, and I have confidence that everybody involved as far as the decision-making process will make a swift and just decision, because it's my daughter. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for bringing that situation to us. We will be getting back in contact with you via our superintendent. Our next person on the agenda is Carl Jackson.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, Dr. Gordon, Superintendent. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. Carl Jackson, 106 Rochdale Lane, 2 daughters in Suffolk Public Schools. First, wanted to wish you all a belated Happy Black History Month, and of course, it's being March, to wish you a Happy Women's History Month. You all should know that this Friday is National Harriet Tubman Day. This Friday. One of the reasons why I bring this up is because just as Ms. Tubman reached out to enslaved people and brought them to freedom, we as parents and as educators also need to reach out to our youth to make sure that they are getting the true history of Virginia and the United States of America. Unfortunately, what's happening up in Richmond, the governor has made several revisions to our social studies standards, and these revisions have left out key communities, our indigenous community, African American community, our contributions, and it's something that we can't stand for. Now, there are public hearings about this. In fact, one coming up on Monday, which I think is up in Williamsburg, a fitting location, since we know that not too far away in Jamestown, that's where some of the first African Americans, came after first, of course, coming to Fort Monroe and in Hampton. So why do I bring this to your attention? Is because we need to do something about this. We need to do something about the whitewashing of our history. It's an injustice to our children. It's an injustice to our country. And one of the ways in which we can do something about this is to look at some of the courses that are being offered by the College Board, particularly AP African American Studies. I've done some research. This isn't something that needs to be supported by the Department of Education for the state or from the governor's office. It's something that you, as a school board, can approve. AP African American Studies is currently active in 60 classrooms across the country. And over 200 classrooms across the country have already made a commitment, to engage in this program once the pilot has been completed, including 3 classrooms in Virginia. I'm hoping that Suffolk Public Schools can also include AP African American Studies, because right now the social studies is not covering everything that it should. And so if it doesn't, we need to find the instruction in the programs that do. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir, for bringing your comments and recommendations to us. At this time, our next speaker is Travis McKinney.
All right, good evening. My topic point that I want to talk to you tonight is called Trusted Adult. I received an email from my child's 10th grade teacher. I'll quote it. Good morning. I just started and finished grading the Trusted Adult interview sheets. Over 50% of the classes did not submit their paper. I gave it out in the form on the 2nd and 3rd of February, told the students to return it no later than the 13th. I wanted to do a class discussion based on the answers students collected. However, we can no longer do this plan. I would still like students to talk to a trusted adult. When we are going to the mental health unit, it is very important that students have someone to talk to outside of the class. I am gladly available to talk, but I am not everyone's trustee. When I received this email, I immediately fired off an email to the superintendent, to the school board, and I got an immediate response, and I got contacted by the administration of the school. A solution was quickly adapted to. My child would not participate in that event. For the parents out there, you have to understand what the definition of what the industry standard of a trusted adult is and how it relates back to this conversation. There are multiple websites, so anybody has to do is just type in keyword trusted adult, and you'll definitely find it. This is a quote, the standard across all of them. Trusted adults are adults working in schools and community settings who are a consistent, dependable source of support for youth. Trusted adults are counselors, teachers, administrators, psychologists, social workers, cafeteria staff, school resource officers, bus drivers, janitors, and other adults who interact regularly with children. What is missing from that paragraph, what is missing from the teacher's paragraph when she shot the email is the word parent. You have telling children that are emotionally upset to go find another adult someplace without consulting the parent. I sent you a list. You have it sitting in front of you of the category and the breakdowns of all these trusted adults in the school system that your teacher represents, or trusted adults to children. Let's go over a couple of them. Trusted adult administrator, Georgia school administrator, accused of sex with student. A veteran Georgia school administrator had a sexual relationship with a student, provided booze for underage children. Teachers, this is a headline for you. Suffolk teacher arrested, accused of sexually abusing student. Last year, Kings Fork High School. I could go on forever. All you have to do is punch in keywords, and you can find every one of these categories where there are sexual predators out there waiting to exploit children. And you have a teacher sitting in your school system right now, as of yesterday still, telling children to go out and find a trusted adult to confide in. That's ridiculous. That is unsat. That is endangering a child. There are some things that people need to understand. Human behavior is what it is. There are good people in the world, not so good people in the world, and there are predators in the world that will exploit every advantage that you give them, as evidenced last year in Suffolk public school systems. This teacher is still practicing this. You're going to take a confused, emotionally upset child suffering from some type of mental affliction or anxiety and tell them to go find a trusted adult that they can confide to and go tell secrets into, cutting out that parent-child relationship. You undermine the parent-child relationship. You disrespect the parent-child relationship. And at best, you put a child in danger. I sit there and connected this dot earlier. I wonder last year's victim from that child predator that was arrested out of Suffolk, I wonder if he was a trusted adult that was encouraged for that child to go find and speak to. I think that needs to be investigated. I think somebody needs to sit down and say, young daughter, why did you go there? Well, my teacher told me to go find a trusted adult to go talk to. You can't defend this. This is unsat. School board, you represent this county. You represent the citizens of this school system. You are the policy decision makers. You can end this now. You can simply say, we will no longer have trusted adult interviews. Not without parent conferences, not without parent involvement. I've asked for the document from the teacher. I've asked for the document from the administration. I've got nothing back in return, making my request. I'm not playing games with this. You are endangering children. You are putting them into the arms of predators. Your own school system has demonstrated proof that that happens. How dare you?
Thank you for your comments. At this time, our next speaker, Mr. Zakai Edwards, is no longer in the building. He did speak about his items earlier. Mr. Edwards, are you present? Just to make sure. Okay, he's not. I don't see him. Our next speaker for non-agenda speakers is Selena Thornton.
Good evening. It's nighttime, but we're still here. Thank you for that. I'm Selena Thornton, 1921 Piedmont Road in the Sleepy Hole District. I want to say I attended the February 21st Planning Commission meeting. And at that meeting, on the docket was about affordable housing and the schools. The planning commissioner stated, I'm not saying names, I can't say his name. He said there was a serious problem with school capacity. Rezoning and drawing the school district lines is a school board problem. That planning commission is in the middle of the fight. Well, I did a little research and found that the last rezoning happened in the city of Suffolk was 2018. And prior to that, it was 30 years ago. All right. I've heard a lot of things tonight with 6 schools with a poor FCI rating. 2 out of the 3 high schools are already at or over max capacity. Creekside Elementary, that is in my school zone, right now has 752 students and will continue to rise. And I bring that up because on the docket is a rezoning issue that they want to build more housing on Shoulders Hill Road. That's going to increase the numbers over at Creekside. So, I've heard tonight from the chair, I can't say your name, I'm just going to say chair, that we have to work together to build for greater capacity of the schools. All right. I don't know how we're going to do that, but we got to get this done. And also, I'm just going to sum this up. This is a long night. You said that everyone is in a marriage, right? So in a marriage, we should all be on one accord, I assume. Correct? Well, I just want to say this, Chair, and to the school board and whoever is listening. It may be time for us to seek some marriage counseling. All right? In order for us to get on one accord, because our schools it's just too important. It's too important. All right? Now, I'm not a marriage counselor, but I do know a thing or two about a marriage. You're going to have some good times and some bad times. And right now, the situation, we're in some bad times if we don't get the rezoning under control. And like you stated earlier tonight is we can build 700 homes, but we can't build a school. So I encourage you to talk with your counterpartners on the planning commission and let them know how you really feel about this. All right? I got 1 minute, 23 seconds here, right? All right. 16, 15, 14, 13. Wow. We got work to do. Kiss yourselves good night. Have a good one.
Thank you so much. At this time, I'm going to take some time to provide a little more context. Yes, we are in a marriage. Suffolk Public Schools is the wife to the City of Suffolk City Council, and they're our husband. They're the breadwinner, and we make the house of Suffolk the home of Suffolk. And just as I stated before, I stated here and I stated at the joint meeting, our city is growing because people see the good things that are taking place in our city. And I'm going to say this because I've been having this conversation as soon as I got on the board. Rezoning, when I first came to the board, I really believe that if we rezone, we would have capacity. And I believe that because at that time, that was accurate. But because our city has grown so much, and has projected growth. And you saw today, to those who attended the work session, some of the projected numbers for 2 of our schools that was projected for 5 years has already been exceeded. It costs. We don't have the ability to tax. I'm not trying to ask nobody to tax. Please don't put that false narrative out there. However, we can only take what's given to us and make the best out of it. So we're trying to make the best that we are given to be the best home possible to facilitate education for our students and create a great experience for our community as a whole. What I'm going to ask each of you to do, those who are in the chambers and those who are watching at home, text a neighbor, text a friend, tell somebody, and Skype an enemy. I need you to reach out to City Council. I need you also to reach out to the Planning Commission. That before any additional development is continued, we come up with a realistic solution to address the overcrowding. And I'm a little heavy, I'm about 240, give or take a few. And I'm standing with all my weight behind what I said. So anyone who wants to call me tomorrow, I meant what I said. We are working together, and we have to really put our students first. And as I stated earlier, the Chuckatuck Corridor is the next hot ticket. That's the new North Suffolk. And it's over 1,000 homes that have been approved in pipeline development. And if we rezone, where are we going to shift the students from Kingsford Middle School to? Our other schools are 57 years old, and they're falling down. We don't fund ourselves. But I do believe our council is willing to work with us. I do believe our mayor is willing to work with us. I do believe that our planning commission is willing to work with us. And we have extended olive branches to one another to get things done. At this time, without further ado, we will have comments by board members. I just made my comments. I stayed under my 3-minute threshold. Clerk, could you, thank you so much. Board members, we're going to go as we normally do. The benefit is this time, if you go over your 3 minutes, I'm going to turn your mic off. So choose your words wisely. Okay, our staff has been here a long night, and they are expected to come to work on time tomorrow. So we want to be considerate, and I believe it's raining or something outside, so we want them to travel home safely as well. All right. Board Member Slingloff.
Thank you, Chair. Well, it was an exciting evening, so thank you everyone for coming out and participating. I would say my highlights this evening was Forest Glen Middle School, the choral program coming out. They did a fantastic job. I also was thrilled to see the athletes that were here and to celebrate their great accomplishments. I also would like to put a quick shout out to those that put on the CTE Student Conference just a couple weeks ago. They did an excellent job. I was fortunate to be able to be in attendance and to preview what they were putting on for the students, and it was just an excellent program. And also to Dr. Neighbors for pulling together the Army Band that was at the 3 high schools. I did have the privilege of also going to Kings Fork High School to see that band performance, and I think it's an excellent opportunity for students to see what else is out there other than the traditional routes, and to understand that they can put their gifts and their talents to work in many, many different ways. So thank you all for sticking with us tonight. I hope you have a great evening and a safe ride home.
Board Member Barham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tonight, we've seen a lot of talent displayed by Suffolk Public Schools. I think we all really enjoyed it. It just shows that we really are shining stars, and we have many shining stars out there in our community. The money that we have invested has been well spent, and we see that in the performance by Forest Glen tonight. I looked at some of those young people, and I think maybe they'll go into the fine arts program that we have, which is at Lakeland High School. Hopefully, they will continue their musical education. I want to congratulate the athletes, and the fact that many of those athletes were highlighted not only in achieving in athletics, but also in academics, which is most important. To be a scholar athlete is very important. Mr. Derek Bryant, who is principal at Kings Fork High School, was a stellar Nansemond River graduate who I taught many years ago, and I'm very proud of him. He had a very high GPA, and he was an outstanding basketball champion, state champion. And he carries on that legacy at Kings Fork High School. I'm glad to see that. I commend all of the athletes and all of those that were mentioned in fine arts. It was quite a long list. I commend Dr. Gordon and his staff for bringing that report, Mr. Melvin Bradshaw for highlighting those things, because the public and all of us need to see those things more and more. We have so many good things going on in our school system. I repeat often at these meetings that we are not perfect. We know that. I thank the parents and those that have come out to point out some of the things that we need to be concerned about, because I'm concerned about these things, and I know Dr. Gordon is going to address those very promptly. It made me very proud tonight to sit here as a citizen and taxpayer of the city of Suffolk. I pay a lot of taxes in this city. I've lived here now 69 years on the same road in Suffolk. I've invested here in this city, and I see it coming back to us, and I'm so very proud of that. One other comment I guess I'll go over. I was a social studies educator for over 30 years. I taught at John Yates High School, Nansemond River High School. I had the privilege of teaching many people in this audience this evening. And I applaud the gentleman, and I'm not going to mention his name, you heard his remarks, that came forth and said that we needed to tell the whole story of our history. I was an educator in social studies and history for over 30 years in this city, and I tried to tell the story as it should be told. And I appreciate his remarks. We need to tell the true story of our nation, not just part of the story. And as soon as we realize that, we're all going to be a lot better off in this world. Because when you teach the history, you don't repeat mistakes. I found that out. And that is something we need to be proud of in this city. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Board Member Byram. At this time, we will have remarks from Board Member Jenkins.
Thank you, Chair Riddick. Congratulations to all of our amazing students who excelled in music, athletics, and academics. A big shout out to Ms. Candace Creedle from Nansemond River High School and her DECA team for winning the highest award in their category for the Annual Report Blue Chip Award. And congratulations to all our teachers of the month and others who were recognized. I also want to congratulate the 4,700 plus honor students who received a letter from Delegate Clinton Jenkins for their achievements, and to let you know that he signed all 4,700 with his hand. It was not a stamp. So if you see him wearing a wristband, that's probably why. And thank you to Forest Glen Chorus for singing so eloquently, because your harmony was on point, and I love harmony. Thank you to the principal, Mrs. Janet Wright Davis, and 4 of their students from their student council at Nansemond Parkway for surprising me and honoring me for the school board appreciation month. I was scared when the principal called me to her office that I thought I had done something wrong, but the kids were there, and they actually put an interview together. They put a picture together, and they gave me a fruit basket. So thank you so much. And I want to, one more thing. And I want to say, Nansemond Parkway, on April the 1st, they're putting together a spring fling for their students. So I'm asking all parents, guardians, whoever, please participate in this and bring your children out. This is something that's going to be great for them, and I just want to encourage parent participation all over the school system. It means a lot. I know a person who is almost 60 years old who talks about how he was a star athlete in school, But the one thing he missed is that his parents didn't come to not one game, tennis or football. It affects them when you don't come, and it encourages them when you do come. So please, take the time out and spend some time with your kids and say something positive instead of drilling down their head what they're doing wrong. Find something good and spend time with them. Also, I want to thank this beautiful pink and green I see out there from Alpha Kappa Alpha Incorporated. Thanks for saying that you were going to come, and not only did you show up, but you also had a wonderful thing to say, and thank you so much. Thank you to our staff, Dr. Gordon, and your team. You do a wonderful job. When you're under pressure, that's when you're at your best work. So thank you. Keep doing what you're doing. Everybody's watching, and everybody is rooting you on. So thank you very much. And I think, one more thing. To the parent that came about the bullying, I believe in no bullying, okay? Everybody here knows that. I've talked to Dr. Gordon, and something has to be done. We have to be, consequences have to be taken for those who are bullying our kids. My granddaughter, I said, she's being bullied. We need to do something about it because the kids cannot learn with bullies in the class. The teachers cannot teach with bullies in the class. So we have to be more strategic and do something and get the bullies out. And find them help. Do something with the parents so our students can come to school comfortable, safe, and learn. Have a good night.
Okay. Thank you, Board Member Jenkins. At this time, our next speaker is Dr. Brooks Buck.
Thank you. I will say ditto to most of what I heard. I want to thank my sisters from D9 who are here tonight. That's Divine 9 for folks who don't know what that means. And my position is, Karen, I always kid about this, pink and green is just, pink is just red and white blended, you know that. So we'll just keep that in mind as we move along. Anyway, thank you all for what you do for our schools. Thank you all for your support. We do indeed appreciate it. I want to also thank all the parents and all the people who impacted the lives of those 130 students who came in here as honor students. I know what it takes to make honor students, and it does take a combination of people in the village. So I want to thank all those people who impacted their lives, teachers, parents, and community members, and people that they trust in the community that they can talk to. I want to thank our employees who are constantly bombarded with all sorts of accusations and chaos and confusion, and just know that it's chaos and confusion, and go on and do the job that you do because you do an outstanding job. And I know that most of the board, if not all of the board, I believe all of the board appreciates you. And we just show it. We need to show it more. We do indeed have accountability for all that we do. And I gave you an example, so I won't go into that. We have used, for those who don't know, we've used our choice programs to redistrict in our city, to move students around. We have our program in engineering, our program in biomedical, our IB program. We use those programs to move people around voluntarily. We have minority transfers that parents can take advantage of to move students around because we realize Suffolk is 432 square miles, and we can't just take a map and cut it in half and tell people just go wherever we send you. It doesn't work. It hasn't worked, but we try to find innovative ways to get people to go where they need to go. Suffolk has not built schools as they should have over the years. And I see Mr. Copeland out there in the audience, and I remember his speech when Southwestern was built. It took 22 years to build a school. And the portables are not extra classrooms. They are not permanent. They were only meant to be temporary. If you ride around, you can see what's going on. So if you see those, then you know why we're where we are. Thank you, Mr. Dove, for bringing those things to our attention, and thank you for saying that we do need the money to do what we need to do, and it needs to be a priority in the city. Thank you for those who mentioned the fact that we have to work with the planning committee, because as we looked at the statistics and we looked at the numbers of schools that are supposed to be larger and where things are supposed to be, it's just not working out that way. We know what projections are, but we know what realities are. And so as we look at those, we have to deal with what we have to deal with. So we will do our best. I'm committed to doing my best for whatever I can do. And I don't have a problem begging from Washington, D.C. or Richmond or in this council chamber. Wherever I need to beg, I will for Suffolk Public Schools. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Board Member Brooks Buck. At this time, we will have remarks from Board Member Brittingham.
Thank you. I want to first start by congratulating all the students for their achievement and their awards, particularly those that came tonight and performed for us. It was really wonderful. Those that have excelled both in athletics and in academics. It truly takes a very gifted child to be able to balance both of those things. So I specifically want to congratulate the principal at Lakeland High School, Lori White, for all of her student successes, both in athletics and fine arts awards. I also want to thank all of the citizens that attended the town hall on Tuesday. And I want to remind them not to forget to send me emails with questions about the budget so that I can share those with the board and with the superintendent. It was truly a pleasure and a privilege to be able to meet and speak with those of you that came out on Tuesday. We need to continue to keep student achievement and school safety at the forefront of our focus and efforts. And as we look at the budget that's coming up to be voted on, we need to really look circumspectly at how well are we funding those two areas. I look forward to having additional town halls in the future. I enjoyed meeting with my constituents. I enjoyed being able to hear their concerns and their questions. It's been a wonderful evening. Thank you very much, and have a good night.
Thank you, Board Member Brittingham. At this time, we will have remarks by our Vice Chair, Board Member Heather Howe.
Congratulations, so as not to extend your time here. I am also proud of all of our students and all of their areas of achievement and the teachers that were spotlighted tonight. Welcome Ms. Hunley to the team. Gosh, I've been sitting here thinking how to say what I feel like I need to say so that it's heard and received for what it is and allows for reflection and introspection. I have been on the board now for 15 months, I think, roughly, and I have learned quite a lot. I hope that also means I've grown a bit, and what I see from my vantage point and from my chair, the things that hinder us at this moment from doing work, business, productive things, is a lot of emotion-driven things. The emotions fueled by the folks that are not pleased with how we manage the funds. The emotions of the folks that are on the receiving end of questions and accusations. And what I would suggest is this. If you can just take a moment, every single person that has an opinion about Suffolk Public Schools, and I would say that's all of you, check your heart and your end goal. Truly, what is it? If it is the children, if it is the staff, that should be reflected in how you conduct yourselves and how you welcome interaction with people different than you, who disagree with you right now, because that hopefully won't always be the case. And if your goal is more about self-preservation or self-promotion or even revenge, you might be off trail a little bit and you're making our work harder. And we are all really already working very hard up here to discern the truth, to promote the truth, to acknowledge the weaknesses and the deficits, because that's the only way to address them. But it's clouded by so much emotion, and it's now become a hindrance to progress in a way that it hasn't in the past 15 months of me sitting here. And I will close with this. As I sat down this morning to have my quiet time, my prayer time, I just really begged for clarity and to have eyes to see and ears to hear what I need. not what anybody else wants me to hear and see and believe, anybody, but what God needs me to hear and see. And as a result of that time, I was led to the scripture, 1 Corinthians 15:58, and it basically just says, stand firm. Keep doing what you're doing. If your work is driven by the Lord, you will not grow weary and tire and fail. You will be sustained by him. And so I leave with that encouragement. My focus and my responsibility, first and foremost, is to my faith, to the God that called me to this position and is equipping me for this seat minute by minute. And second, to the students in this city that I hope and think that we all love. And I would assume we all want the best for. And if our words and our actions don't reflect that in the most professional, mature, grace-filled, but humble and willing way, then there's room for us to grow too. You all have a good evening and a safe night.
Well, she said what she said, and it's fact. We got to work together. Foolishness and personal stuff, put it aside. And you're only hurting progress, you're not helping. At this time, I know I said I was done with my remarks, but I would be remiss if I didn't do this. At this time, I would like to ask everyone if we can observe a moment of silence for one of our employees who passed. She was funeralized on Monday, Miss Aisha Cross Edwards. She was a pillar at Kingsworth High School, and we just want to recognize that moment, whatever you do in your moment of silence, but we do ask that we all be silent, no smirking, preferably, please, that we can, honor her with this moment. Thank you so much. You don't know the impact you have on the life of a child until things happen. This person that I'm referencing had an impact on everyone who walked through those doors at Kingsworth High School. I would also like to close with this. A happy belated birthday to the Queen herself, Miss Queen Marie Hill. She celebrated her 102. Her 102. She's 102 years old. 102nd, I'm going to say grammatically correct, but she celebrated her 102nd birthday on February 22nd, and she is a lifelong learner. She went back at an older age. I think she was over 80 or so when she went back to get her GED. So if she can do it, there is no telling what we can do if we just push forward. The remaining items on the agenda are informational. At this time, we will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
The motion has been made by Vice Chair Howell, second by Board Member Brittingham. Please vote. Madam Clerk, this meeting is hereby adjourned. Enjoy. Be safe.